students not sitting for exams because of delayed disbursement of loans. So we need to help these students. And remember, that's why we are here. We are the voice of the voiceless. So we should speak for them. We should make sure they do exams, and we'll expect the report. Government Chief Whip, you're here. I will also require a comprehensive report to that effect, including equity, as said yesterday. So, Minister will require that report to be laid on table and discussed by this House, because now it's a problem. It's a big challenge that should be solved. Otherwise, today, I am glad everybody is in orange. We are creating awareness of gender-based violence, the 16 days, which are international, and the 16 days start on 25th to 10th October. I mean 10th December. So we'll have a motion to that effect. We launched the orange awareness today in Parliament, and I'm happy and glad that all of you are smart in that. And when we talk about gender-based violence, we are only not talking about the girl child. The boy children are included. So we'll have a debate on it in the next item. Matters of national importance. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, through you, Right Honorable Speaker, I request somebody near Honorable Nantaba and the Honorable Sewungu to be taught the right way to put on the attire that we have in respect to the program and the project that we are promoting. Thank you, Right Honorable. And the Honorable Nantaba.
Thank you. Yes.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for your communication. I just wanted to use this opportunity to wish you a very happy birthday. And
Thank you so much.
And
in the house they don't sing. In the house they don't sing.
Madam Speaker, we are praying for you to live long, and may God bless you as you take on that hot seat. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mukatuleki.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm raising a procedural matter on the very sensitive matter that can even affect the Parliament. Recently, Honorable Speaker, there's a video running around in the country covered by NTV, where we see the Prime Minister and the RDC of Rubaga, by the names of Anderson Burola, summoning a judicial officer after making a judicial decision in court. And under Article 128 of the Constitution, judicial officers are independent. Honorable Speaker, what we are seeing is that we saw the Prime Minister summoning a judicial officer who is free of any encumbrance under Article 128(4) of the Constitution, that nobody can ask his decisions in court other than the Judicial Service Commission, which is mandated under Article 147 and Article 148. Honorable Speaker, the only way a decision of a judge can be taken is by making an appeal.
Honorable Sewungu. To the best of my knowledge, the Chief Justice issued a circular to that effect. I don't think we are competent enough to discuss that, since the head of judiciary has already prevailed over it.
But Right Honorable Speaker,
I
most
thought
obliged.
I'd ruled.
no, most obliged. But Right Honorable Speaker, my interest was, as Parliament, the Attorney General should come to this House and give a position. Otherwise, decisions of the Speaker would also be challenged in the same manner. And the way we are heading, we must be very careful. We know a lot of issues in judiciary, but we stomach them because we give respect to this institution, however painful decisions are taken. Right Honorable Speaker, you know you have 2 members of Parliament in incarceration. But because you are not working in judiciary,
Honorable Sewongu, let's not smuggle in issues. To the best of my knowledge, Chief Justice is in full control of his judiciary. He's in full control, and I want to tell you, nobody is going to hijack the powers of Parliament. Nobody will hijack it. The day they hijack, then they have hijacked you yourself. But so long as I'm on this seat, nobody will hijack. The best we can do is to work together with executive and judiciary. We complement each other. Angora?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm rising to comment on your communication. This morning, as a park committee, we interfaced with the team from Ministry of Education in respect to the Auditor General's reports on skilling. And Madam Speaker,
that is very, excuse me.
I'm communicating on the education issue you had just said.
You are not a minister of education. That's number one. Number two, don't be a rumor mill. You're now carrying out rumor mongering. What was discussed in the committee remains in the committee until it comes to the House by the chairperson of the committee.
Thank you. Right.
Lokwang, Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I am Lokwang Phillips Ilukol, MP Napore West. I rise on the issue of national importance.
Honorable Lokwang, we have not yet reached there. We are still on Honorable Lokwang, is it your maiden speech?
Yes.
Honorable Lokwang, I'm going to give you to speak. I know that's your maiden speech. Can I have Moses?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand to comment on your speak. Oh, Right Honorable Speaker.
It is not my speech, my communication.
On your communication, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, under your communication, you talked about the loan scheme. And the Right Honorable Speaker, you emphasized the point of equity. But Right Honorable Speaker, apart from the point of equity, we need also to be given the criteria that maybe leads to the selection of the loan beneficiaries. After maybe looking at the sub-regions, because when we look at the criteria, maybe it will help members of parliament also to know that maybe the reason as to why my district or my sub-region never benefited is because of this criteria. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I do submit by begging that as they give the details of the equity, even the criteria is also required. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The report will be submitted to this House and all those matters will be looked at. Yes, procedural matter by Gorechi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I also join the colleagues to wish you a very happy birthday. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm raising on a procedural matter on the issue that seems to be an insecurity in this country and that may be a threat to the parish development model, Right Honorable Speaker. I was so concerned because a parish development model, according to His Excellency, the President of Uganda, it is a game changer, it is a magic bullet and a transformational program. So, Right Honorable Speaker, anything that states it as an MP, I cannot remain seated. Right Honorable Speaker, in my constituency, I have a wetland of over 150 acres, Right Honorable Speaker, that the Honorable Minister Anifa Kawoya is claiming that the parish development model is being conducted. They are planting eucalyptus trees, Right Honorable Speaker, on that land. And I've been told that that is being conducted in the guise of a parish development model, Right Honorable Speaker. According to the guidelines of the parish development model, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members. Honorable members.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to be protected. Right Honorable Speaker, people's property, plantations were cleared on that land, and the minister is claiming that that parish
Honorable
development
members.
model is being implemented on that
Gorechi,
land.
Honorable Gorechi. Honorable Gorechi. How I wish we would not bring our constituency fights into this house. Honorable Anifa, Honorable Bua, you are the whip of Honorable Anifa. Honorable Segona is in charge of Honorable Gorechi. Can you people have a meeting and sort out your constituency issues and give my office a feedback?
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Members, when you make a noise, we have some guests up. I don't want the guests to go back and say that in Parliament of Uganda, they make a noise, they do all this. So let's be disciplined a little.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the people of Kasese, I'd like to take this opportunity to wish you a very warm happy birthday. You're a great gift to this country, and you make us all proud. Madam Speaker, this is in reaction to your communication. I'm one individual, and I believe all of us right in this house that believe that our preoccupation in this house is to ensure that
Honorable Anifa, there's one chair in the house.
and that is the number 3. Madam Speaker, I believe, Madam Speaker, that our major preoccupation is to ensure that there is value for the taxpayers' money. Madam Speaker, in your communication, I'm glad that you've hinted on receipt of the report from the Auditor General. And Madam Speaker, together with that, I make reference to the report from the IG, or the Inspectorate of Government, that indicated in 2021 that about 23 trillion of Uganda shillings is lost to corruption. And Madam Speaker, in your communication, you have also hinted on procurement. In that very report, 1 trillion Uganda shillings is lost to procurement fraud alone. in this very house, Madam Speaker, we've had the report from the Minister for Finance, Minister for Works and Transport, all of them crying that this government does not have money. Madam Speaker, procedure issue, in which is a reaction, direct reaction to your communication, is how come in this country we can't find money for fellow citizens to get clean, safe drinking water, but we get money, 23 trillion lost to corruption, and 1 trillion lost to procurement fraud alone. Madam Speaker, when I go back to Kasese and I travel countrywide, I find a lot of people applauding you. And one of the reasons, Madam Speaker, is your commitment to fight corruption. We will never blame the leadership of this House for having not given us enough space to fight corruption. Wait a minute. The accountability committees of this parliament are headed by all of us in the opposition. In other words, if there is corruption, we're not going to point in one direction. We're going to point to all of us. Madam Speaker, the reason why I showed up to make this reaction is, what are we going to tell our sons and daughters when they ask us, what did you do? Madam Speaker, it's time, and it's time for you, Madam Speaker, to put your foot down, roll up your sleeves, and get out of the board and tell the people to get ready for the accountability. This parliament must speak. Madam Speaker, there was, in conclusion, we are going and we're looking forward to exhaustively look at those reports and hold those that are bleeding this country to death. The reason why our mothers and daughters continue to die in a hospital while giving birth.
Honorable, we are going to look at those reports and the recommendations will be presented to this House.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My focus this afternoon in reaction to your communication was basically that I really appreciate you for putting the fight towards corruption at the forefront.
Yes.
Much appreciated, Madam
Thank
Speaker.
you, thank you. Chief Whip, do you have something to say?
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, permit me also to put on record to wish you many more years of good health as you celebrate your 49th anniversary in terms of when you were born. Right Honorable Speaker, the fight against corruption is a shared responsibility. That explains why under our democracy, we have chosen, for instance, in Parliament, to have all the accountability related committees chaired by the opposition to provide checks and balances. And I believe that the report of the Inspectorate of Government is one of those provided for under the law. If there are reports indicating corruption, I believe the respective accountability committee will have to bring that report through our known procedures and processes, and that report will be tabled in Parliament, debated, and Parliament will take decisions that are corrective in nature. Thank you.
Honorable members, we are going to refer the reports to accountability committees who will scrutinize them and make recommendations to the effect, and it will be brought to this House. However, what happens is that it is a responsibility of executive to ensure that a treasury memorandum accounts back to the House on the action that you have taken. Because you can make reports in this House and you don't take an action. For us, we want you to be accountable to the country. And that's why I agree with my in-law there. Thank you. Yes.
Right Honorable, in the interest of time, allow me to restrict my submission to a letter that has been addressed to you through me, the woman member of parliament, Kayunga district.
But I've not got the letter.
I'm going to lay out. Right Honorable, I intended to lay after reading it.
Is it a public letter?
Right Honorable, it's public because this matter was presented by myself before this parliament and you made a directive. Right Honorable, I want to report what has transpired since that day.
Has the body been brought?
Right Honorable, that's what I'm going to talk about.
No, don't read
In-
my letter in public.
Right Honorable, it's just 2 pages. Just
No,
2 pages.
you
very short.
tell us, has the body been brought?
Honorable members, I presented this matter on the floor of parliament. Allow me just 2 pages.
Just speak about it.
Right Honorable, on the 9th of November, I presented a petition to this house regarding a lady, a widow from Kayunga, who lost her child in Saudi Arabia under unclear circumstances. Right Honorable, when I reported that matter on the floor, you directed the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development to handle that matter by way of compelling the company that recruited and deployed the deceased by the names of Lydia Aliba to process the repatriation of her remains. Right Honorable, I interacted with the Minister and the Prime Minister as well, as you had directed. Right Honorable, unfortunately, to date, nothing had really happened until yesterday, but one, when the Minister informed me that they had only paid $1,000 out of the $3,400 that was required to pay for the repatriation expenses. Right Honorable, yesterday, the ambassador, our ambassador in Saudi Arabia, informed me that if we don't pay the full amount by today, they will have no choice but to bury this young girl by tomorrow. So this morning, I quickly rushed to your office, Right Honorable Speaker, with the mother who was grieving and yelling as a result of that loss. Right Honorable, I wish to report to this House that this message that is entailed here is an appreciation message to you because colleagues, the Right Honorable Speaker has paid the $3,400. She has paid the expenses. And I wanted to report to this House that, Right Honorable, this letter is coming from the mother. It's an appreciation note for showing this motherly and compassionate gesture towards this noble cause. And Right Honorable, we have sent the money, the ambassador, and we do know that the body will come anytime from now. Right Honorable, allow me to deliver this message to you and allow me to lay it as a matter of national concern and to be on record that this motherly gesture could not
Thank
be
you.
realized in such a short time.
Thank
But
you.
Right
Thank
Honorable,
you.
her plea is that her sister, the sister of the deceased, called Jackie Narule. Right Honorable, she requests that she accompanies the body of her sister back to Uganda because these are the only two daughters this widow had. She has lost one, and the one is also in Saudi Arabia, but she's also asking to return, accompanying her dead sister's body. Her boss has offered to pay for the travel expenses, and those ones you don't have now to incur. Right Honorable.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Right
Honorable
Honorable.
members, this morning at 8 when I reached my office, I got an old woman crying at my door, wailing. And I was wondering, where is this person coming from? Honorable Nantaba was seated in the waiting room, and everybody who was there virtually cried. We had to support the old woman. But then the other issue that came up in this house, I don't know whether it is true. Honorable Genda, you may need to help us in this, that every company that is licensed makes a deposit of 100 million shillings. And if it is true, starting with $3,400 out of the money deposited, what is hard with that? Two, we may need to do an in-depth analysis of these companies. As somebody said, we need to open the veil and know who are the owners of these companies. I gave the old woman money from my salary, not from Parliament, from my own salary because of what I saw. Let's help these people. I am not going to allow this debate on this, but we'll ask a committee that is handling this thing to do an in-depth analysis of the owners of these companies. We need to open the veils, yes?
Right Honorable Speaker, first I want to thank you for your kindness. And if anything is going to break your back, it is this kindness and generosity. We have said here in the past and repeatedly that before we allow free transfer of labor from this country, we must have a clear policy. We must have bilateral relations with the particular countries where we are sending our children. Today it came to you as Speaker, and because of your profile, we are talking about it. It happens to us on a daily basis. We members of Parliament, we always called upon to contribute for the transfer and repatriation of bodies of our children. But away from the financials, which we can dispense with, what happens to these lives? One day I was traveling through one of the Arab countries, and as I was coming to Uganda, on the plane, we had over 30. You would look at children who are malnourished. Some are pregnant in that condition, in that health state. The alarming levels of poverty here have forced our children into exile, economic exile, slavery. And some people have called it modern day slavery. There is no modernity in this kind of slavery. Even our slaves in the past would be fed, would be treated, and they remained sober all the time. Today, our children are crying day in, day out. Why is it that government continues to allow people to go into those countries with which we have no state relations? Labor relations the world over are regulated by the state. I want to agree with you and support you unreservedly, Right Honorable Speaker, when you say that our committee responsible should investigate and come out with the report. And I thank you because I trust you're going to give clear terms of reference. But in the meantime, we need to put a stop any repatriation, I mean, any transfer of labor to a country with which we have no bilateral relations as a government, we have no control, that should stop until we investigate this matter and develop regulations and guidelines that are sufficient. And I really feel sorry for my daughter, the Minister for Gender. I don't know for how long she has now been in that ministry. I would have expected first the policy to have been brought to Parliament, but also a bill specifically to regulate. There is just one clause that talks about migrant workers. The
Information,
Employment Act.
information.
I'll take information because I know he has information.
And I'm not going to allow
No, Madam.
more on this.
I thank you, that.
Madam.
Because we are waiting for a report, it's going to be on the other paper. We'll discuss this in the what? You can talk about the tourist city. Talk about the tourist city, not about that again.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I equally wish you a happy birthday. As you know, the people of Fort Portal Tourism City, they love you so much.
Thank you so much.
Madam Speaker, my focus is really we need to create internal opportunities for our young people. And there is no reason whatsoever why we are failing to plan for this young labor force. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the leaders, many leaders are promoting the exodus of our people. They are making them not believe in their country. They just think that this country cannot provide them opportunities. Many of us, when we finished the university, we went back to the villages. I went to Fort Portal. I started my life there, and I am a successful man because of that. So we can be role models. We should not really kill the spirit and heart of our young people and make them really think that the life is out there. And yet here in Uganda, we have all that it takes. And that's why that corruption, which we are talking about, is the cause of all this. And we must fight it to the end. Because if we don't really come together and fight the parasites who are just siphoning money and sending even money out of the country, they are the cause of all this that we are going through. So we really must fight this. And I thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to talk about the young Portal Tourism City that needs to be boosted because they are not giving us money. We need to get money and then we grow the city.
Honorable members, we are not going to continue discussion on this. First of all, I am equally not happy as a leader of this institution. For some members, I got a report, I got a footage of how some members attacked the ambassador of Saudi Arabia in the parking. The ambassador was attacked in the parking. That is very, very dangerous. It brings in diplomatic issues. Let's desist from that. Let's have some indoor management way of handling things. I've told the committee, open the veil. Let's know who are the owners of these companies. That is the main thing that we should do. That's the main thing we should do. But and maybe on behalf of this parliament, I really want to apologize to the ambassador of Saudi Arabia for the action of my members. We are truly sorry for whatever happened. Matters of national importance. Court.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Court, John Amos. Okay, Lokwang.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, that's a maiden speech. Listen to Lokwang.
I apologize for the tone I've taken,
No,
just because
it's okay.
it is
Take
an
your
indication of the issue of the matter I want to raise here. The Karamoja issue I have always talked about has become history. In this particular sense, the insecurity in my constituency and the district at large has become too much that by 6:30, my people are locked inside. On the 28th of October, they killed the principal assistant secretary. 3 days later on, they killed another boy. When I called security, they told me they were acting, but all has gone back to the dogs. The situation is threatening because even we have over 70 armed warriors loitering in the park. And when I have requested the security to intervene, there is nothing. And Kidepo being the third tourist destination in Africa is carrying the tourists. I don't know. Now we are coming to the festive season, what it will look like. It is really so alarming that even the security down there, when I call them, because on the ground, my people call me, they are here. Up to last night,
Honorable Lakwang, your issue has been heard. What is your prayer?
my prayer in this sense is, can the security operatives, can government tell us what they are up to? Because the people are dying. They took the cows and they have come to the human beings. What are we going to be? I want to know from
Who took the cows?
the officer. They first took the cows are over, now they have come for human beings. What can we do?
We are very sorry for whatever is happening. We sympathize with whatever is happening as a region. Okot has the same. Yes. No, I want Okot to raise this issue because they have the same related.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, on the 12th of November, 2022, one call of Pio Bosco, a 34 years old man, was killed. On that same night, 2 people, Omole Christopher and Lakidi Bosco, got injured. Last night, the 23rd today, this morning when we woke up, one again called Obwana Charles, a 38 years old man with 3 children, 2 wives, was shot dead, killed. And they raided over 18 heads of cattle and moved with. The warriors are not very different from the warriors my friends have just raised, because their behaviors and their tactics are the same. We border Karamoja sub-region. There is a vast land between us, which this vast land is an harboring place where these warriors and the bandits are hiding. We got information that this same kind of group around Kotido, they went to the checkpoint, hacked and ran away with the guns for this government. We got informations that the warriors have the liberty to do anything that they want to do. Around Omia Pachua, Paimol, Lapano, and Learakato, that is the eastern part of Agago, North County, we have got informations from our farmers and the people that when you move in their gardens, you find the footmarks, very many footmarks of the warrior that
Tell us your prayers.
into the
You're now
area.
telling us a story.
Madam Speaker, this is an area where we had ever been talking about. My first prayer, which is a question. I want to repeat this same question my brothers have asked. What is the government up to? The army is very thin on the ground. they don't respond as fast as possible. Whenever you bring information, they don't respond. We want them to respond.
What are your prayers?
We want them to take charge now for all the burials that takes place whenever our people are killed. And at this point, I want to thank
No,
also, David-
by God's grace, we don't want anybody to be killed.
Allow me to say this. Thank you to Honorable General Moses David, who one time when one of our councillors was killed, he stood up, he contributed, he gave 1 million shilling to go to the burial expenses. At this point, any person who have been killed, like this guy who had been killed, let the people responsible take over and they bury the person. And also to take up the step to stop this, because we are now going in the festive season.
Honorable
If they
Minister,
come to stop this, where will our people go? The last point I want to make there, Madam Speaker, most of these warriors, when they are engaged with properly, they are young boys. And sometimes when they are put out of action, you find the identity card which belongs to a person who's supposed to be at school.
Honorable Minister, for us, what we don't want is for you to bury. We want the lives of people. We don't want anybody to be killed. We want to know what are your plans, especially in this festival season. Yes? Yes, a procedure matter.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of security has become something very touchy in this country, Right Honorable Speaker, and almost on a daily basis, members are raising a similar matter. I remember I was on this floor of Parliament, Right Honorable Speaker, and I sought the indulgence of the chair. Wouldn't it be procedural right for us to request the head of state, like he did in 2017, to request Parliament about the security situation from the area of Karamoja to Western Uganda, the whole country, to come and talk to us, all areas, the whole country, to come and talk to us as Parliament and address us, Right Honorable Speaker, the way it was in 2017 when His Excellency the President came and addressed Parliament. The situation at least reduced and things became better. We saw cameras starting to
Thank you.
be installed, Right Honorable Speaker. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the procedure matter I wanted to raise, wouldn't it be procedurally right for us for your office to invite the President to come and address Parliament, to handle members' issues?
Honorable members, the President of Uganda appointed the ministers to work under different ministries. But I understand Honorable Silwanyi's issue. He must be missing to see the president. And now that he wants to see the president, maybe that's why he's saying that Muzei should come and sit here, and so that he can be able to see him directly. But for now, let the ministers first work. Honorable Minister. And honorable members, whoever is raising an issue that has already been raised before is going to be answered under actions taken. We are looking at the more recent things like the one of yesterday. And that's why I told you, include everything that was mentioned, look at the responses and include the issues that you raised.
Thank you, Honorable, Right Honorable Speaker, and the honorable members. I take note of the concerns of the honorable member from Napore and Honorable Court. Indeed, this House knows that there was a spike in the insecurity in Karamoja, to which government responded. And I can report, in spite of those, that the situation has tremendously improved. But these are residual challenges that we need to address to ensure that our people are peaceful in that area. I will interact with the two members, and then we'll see how to work out responses to address that problem.
Thank you. Give information to the general and you'll get a feedback. And you need to handle that issue as soon as possible. Yes,
Right Honorable Speaker, first of all, with your permission, I want to thank General Mhozi, not for the 1 million shillings, but for coming up and giving us that response. However, as he got up to address Parliament, your instruction was that he addresses us on what measures they are going to put in place, because this is not limited to these two members, honorable members. There could be other issues which are not even brought to their attention. I had expected that the minister is going to say, this is what we are doing to ensure it doesn't happen. Of course, it may cut across and go beyond his ministry, because when Honorable Court was telling us where these people are coming from, there is even a possibility that it is cross-border insurgency of sorts. I had thought that the minister was going to say, in addition to what he has told us, I'm preparing a comprehensive statement in liaison with the sister ministries that, you know, that are mandated to handle issues that are beyond Ministry of Internal Affairs. Some of these issues have been handled by UPDF, I understand, which is not his docket as minister, although he's related. So is it not procedure right that he be guided? I don't want to use the word directed, which I know is the language is used to.
I think what the minister is saying, they had this same issue, they handled it, and what is remaining is a residual matter. It could be residual people, persons who are causing insecurity. So now, what Honorable is asking, what is the plan? How are you going to handle?
Right Honorable Speaker, I totally agree with the Honorable Segona, but I didn't want to preempt our bigger response, which is part of our responses to the resolutions of Parliament, and it includes the question of Karamoja. We shall give you the measures we have taken.
Thank you.
And then address these particular concerns.
Dorothy?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on a matter of national importance concerning land eviction in Chitagwenda district. Right Honorable Speaker, around 700 households in Nyabuhoko Parish, Buhanda Sub-County, Chitagwenda district have been threatened with eviction by someone called Kabani, the purported owner of that land. Right Honorable Speaker, the affected areas are Kanara Cell, Mitre Cell, Nyabuhoko Cell, Nyabugando Cell, and the other cells. Right Honorable Speaker, people are spending sleepless nights and they are in fear. They don't have where to go, and yet they have been living on that land for over 100 years. Right
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, my prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, my prayer is to request the relevant ministry to intervene in this matter and resolve this issue of land such that our people are able to stay on this land peacefully. That's my prayer, Right Honorable
you.
Speaker. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Dorothy Majegere. Right Honorable Speaker, we all must agree that land issues are becoming a thorn in our throat. Just recently, there is a widow who was being evicted out of her land that was bought out of funeral collections. And the man wanted to take her land at just 5 million in Namungona here. Honorable Speaker, we need to join hands. The rich want to take free land from our people. And I want to, Right Honorable Speaker, inform you that the issue of land is a collective responsibility. We, the members of parliament, you, colleague members of parliament, we must all put our feet down and say no to this kind of thuggery. So with that background, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to allay the fears of our sister that now the president made a very good directive. No evictions of any land, even when they have a court order. Because the RDC and the Security Committee, yes.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Yes.
That will be contempt of court.
Then they will chase them. But the president.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable
Yes,
Speaker.
members, can we have some silence?
And I speak this, I rise up with pain because you know my relationship with the Right Honorable Prime Minister, but I have a deeper relationship with the law. Just on Monday this week, the Prime Minister is on record as having invaded the court in Mengo, attacked a magistrate for a decision made. The Chief Justice.
Honorable
issued-
Sekona.
Yes, Right Honorable.
Honorable Sekona.
Yes, Madam.
Me, I am not aware of it. First, give me that information before we come and debate in the House.
I'll give you that information.
I don't want to debate in anticipation.
Now, on a point of
All
order,
the issue on the order, I've already ruled that will be contempt of court.
Thank
We
you.
cannot be seen to fight court.
Thank you.
It is a collective responsibility, fine, but we cannot.
What I was telling you is a directive. Having seen how the number of people are being evicted,
Jonathan, first wait.
allow me to.
Honorable members.
I have protection from the speaker.
Honorable members, let's see here. It is. Honorable members, let's listen. Be good listeners.
Thank you,
Because
ma'am.
I know there is no order that the president will give, which is against the law.
So members, having seen a number of evictions in the country, the president guided that the RDCs should help because a number of people were being evicted. And to some extent, you can see there is some order, to some extent. Now, I wanted to allay the fears of my sister from Kitagwenda, that the Minister for Lands, and I know she's a field woman, she's directed to go to Kitagwenda and see how best we can help those people who are facing eviction. Thank you so much.
Honorable Prime Minister, there was an issue that was raised. Please have a seat. The Minister of Land should go to Kitagwenda and report back to the House. But there was an issue that was raised by Anifa, where an armed man, armed, is guarding the same place. Everybody has been chased and he has deployed security to guard. No, in Mukono. In Mukono. So when we are getting reports, Madam Prime Minister, when we are getting action taken, that should be one of the things that should be captured. Yes, procedure matter.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Land Act Section 92 gives powers to arrest for any attempt or any land eviction for 7 years or a fine equivalent to $96. Right Honorable Speaker.
Is it dollars or pound?
Pound, yes, I'm sorry.
Counts.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Counts.
Yes, current points. Right Honorable Speaker. Isn't it procedurally right to have the minister in charge of lands and the prime minister too, to give us, to lay here evidence of such practitioners of land eviction that have ever surfaced the consequences of the law? I beg to submit.
Honorable,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister mentioned here that the President has given an order. She is the leader of government business. She represents the President here. Wouldn't it be procedurally correct that that order is laid here because it has become law? This Parliament is
it
the
has
only
not
one that-
become law.
No,
We've not passed it.
yes, that's why we want
It's
it
not
here.
law. It's not
That's why we
law.
want it here.
It is not law.
Madam Speaker, I don't intend to debate with you. The
We
Prime
don't
Minister-
have it.
The Prime Minister is here and she made it on
Uh-uh.
record here and she is affirming it. Let's have it here because it will help us sort this matter.
Honorable Zijan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise on a matter of national importance. Right Honorable, I pray that I may be granted leave to proceed under Rule 83, Sub-Rule 1E of our rules, that this be taken as my maiden speech.
No. No.
Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on a matter of national importance to bring to the attention of this House the plight of the sugarcane farmers in Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, it's common knowledge that sugarcane farming is being carried out across several regions of this country, Busoga sub-region being on the forefront, Northern region, Bunyoro sub-region, Buganda, and other regions of the country. For years now, Right Honorable Speaker, sugarcane farmers have writhed in agony and have suffered several challenges which government is yet to address, yet the farmers continue to suffer and wallow in poverty. Right Honorable Speaker, on the 23rd of April, 2020, the President assented to the Sugar Act of 2020. This Parliament received it on the 28th of April, 2020. Section 3 of the Sugar Act, Right Honorable, establishes the Sugar Board. That Sugar Board, 2.5 years down the road, is yet to be operationalized. The Sugar Board's functions, among others, is to regulate and supervise the sugar industry in order to answer the challenges this industry faces, including human rights violations pertaining to rights to property of women, where women are the ones who look for food, while the husbands authorize the renting of the entire land that the families have, where they are left with no place to cultivate food. Children's rights are violated by being employed on these farms as well. Right Honorable Speaker, we all know that sugarcane farming is an agricultural enterprise, but the sugarcane farmers of this country are regulated under the Ministry of Trade as opposed to the Ministry of Agriculture. When the Ministry of Agriculture brings programs to emancipate the situation of farmers, the sugarcane farmers are left unattended because they are regulated by a ministry that is not agriculture. Recently, the Minister of Agriculture has been undertaking a drive where large-scale farmers have been empowered and equipped with tractors, Right Honorable Speaker. The President has told this nation that one of the answers to dealing with abject poverty is the mechanization of agriculture. But the sugarcane farmers are not attended to, hence they continue to suffer. And so we wonder why sugarcane farmers are regulated by Ministry of Trade as opposed to Ministry of Agriculture. Right Honorable Speaker, the President met the sugarcane farmers in Jinja, and they cried to him about the 1%.
There's a procedural matter.
Right, Honorable Speaker. 2 weeks back, Honorable Simbwa from Nachifuma brought the same issue about sugar and sugarcane and referred the same matter to the Able Trade Committee. Is it procedure right, Honorable Speaker, for the same issue that you ruled about, for Honorable Zijan to go on and speak about it, yet the Able Committee is handling it? That's my question.
Honorable Zijan, what you can do is to take your matters that you're raising into the committee on the issue of why it is in trade instead of agriculture, and then the one of what is in the act. The issue is about operationalizing, creating awareness of what is in the act. Because if the act is there and people are keeping it in their drawer, how does the public get to know what is in the act? So that is a very good matter you have raised. But what I can request you is to take those issues to the Committee of Tourism.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
We are talking about the Sugar Board being given resources to operate, which isn't. But Right Honorable Speaker, just in 1 minute, if it may please you, Right Honorable, this being your birthday, I know that you're very gracious this afternoon. I was talking about the President's directive in which he directed that the 1% withholding tax which had been levied against sugarcane farmers be returned to them as an intervention, as a government intervention in answering the consequences of COVID, Right Honorable. As we speak, 2.5 years down the road, the farmers are still demanding for this money, and it has not been given to them. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, local farmers.
Honorable member, I have already given a ruling. Your issue is going to be captured in the at committee level and will be reported. Even those pledges that the President gave will be captured and will be presented to the House.
I am most obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. Happy birthday, by the way, from Busoga.
Yes, Honorable Sarah.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it is past 3 p.m. And Right Honorable Speaker, we are all wearing orange for a purpose. Because today, Right Honorable Speaker, we want to thank you for launching the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. As Parliament, we must stand in solidarity with the women and girls.
What is your procedural matter?
So the procedural matter, Right Honorable Speaker, that I'm raising is that we suspend matters of national importance and we receive the minister's statement because we have guests from our development partners who are here to listen to this Parliament debating and receiving the report on the gender-based violence. Would it not be procedural right Honorable Speaker, that we move on to the next item? Thank you, Right Honorable.
I like the way you can make noise. At the end of the day, there's one person to rule. Because even if you make a noise, one person will say, okay. Next item.
Laying of papers.
Honorable members, I invite the parliamentary commissioner to lay the documents on table. That is the
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the forensic investigation report into the COVID-19 funds released to the ministries, departments, and agencies during the financial years 2019-2020 and 2020-2021, Volume 1.
I beg to lay, Right Honorable Speaker.
Please lay pursuant to Rule 1813 of the Rules of Procedure. I refer that to that. Okay, I refer it to a relevant committee.
Item 3, statement by the minister on commemoration of the 16 days of activism.
Now, we also have a report on parliamentary commission. Let's not hide the one of parliamentary commission.
Item 3, statement by minister on commemoration of 16 days of activism against gender-based violence.
Honorable members, as I communicated before, we also received the audit reports for classified accounts, and that will be referred administratively. There are only 3 members in that committee. The committee will look at the reports and report back to Auditor General. So the reports were all brought and it will be handled. Honorable members, there's a statement by the minister. And as I said before, there are 16 days of activism against the gender-based violence, which is an international campaign that commences on 25th November and ends on 10th December. This commemoration is important for awareness and accountability on the steps taken to eliminate the gender-based violence. As you are aware, gender-based violence remains a disease to our people and is a challenge in the society in which we live in and among the people we represent as a country. So we need to work together to ensure that we eliminate it. This morning, I had an interaction with some of the stakeholders from WOPA as part of the activities for commemoration of these 16 days. And we agreed nobody should be left behind, including the boy child. When you talk about gender-based, people think it is all about women. It includes even the boy children. And we need to unite together and fight this virus. This virus of the violence, we need to unite together, and it must start with us, the legislators, because we are the voice of the voiceless outside there. If we speak as leaders, we need to go and create awareness of what is happening. We need to tell people how we can eliminate domestic violence. We also need to legislate on these issues, make laws that prevent or eliminate gender-based violence, and we need to do budgeting. If we have a law, we must budget for it. It's not just a matter of having a law and you don't budget for it. But most importantly, when the law is in place, then you must popularize the law. People should know what is happening, what would happen, what would be the remedy if anything happened. So, Honorable Minister, I invite you to make your statement. But before you make your statement, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have staff from WOPA and Corporate Planning and Strategy. We have Mrs. Anyoti Salome. You're most welcome. We have Ms. Najuma Lilian, most welcome. We have Ms. Tusubira Isabella, welcome. We have Miss Sagiri Joan. You're welcome. You're being gender insensitive. I have not seen any boy child there. And yet in Whopper, we have the boys too. They are here to witness, they are here to listen and witness the proceedings of the House. Still in the public gallery this afternoon, we, honorable members, still in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation from the United Nations based in Kampala. And this includes Miss Evelyn. Evelyn, you're welcome. She's a UN Women Program Specialist. Then we have Miss Agrippina. A UN Women Program Specialist. Then we have Miss Eva. You're most welcome. Thank you for joining us. Still in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation from the Embassy of Netherlands in Kampala. We have Miss Ruth. Ruth, welcome. Ruth is the first secretary. We have Miss Judith Adokorach. She's a police officer. We have Miss Fatia, executive officer, Fatia. We have Miss Wisima. You're welcome. They are here on the 16 days of activity. In the Strangers Gallery, this afternoon we have a delegation from Miss Kavi, Uganda. Stand up and we. I want to thank all of you. I want to thank you, honorable members. Okay, you can sit. Honorable members, join me. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, join me in welcoming all the guests that we have this afternoon. I now welcome the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development to present her statement.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members of Parliament. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development and the women of Uganda, I want to wish you a very best happy birthday, and we are proud of you as the #3 woman in this country. I would like to draw your attention to the statement of business by the Right Honorable Prime Minister and Leader of Government Business on 10th November 2022, where the Ministry of Gender is required to make these statements. Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank you for officially today, yourself sparing your time and launching this campaign in Parliament, where we shall be lighting Parliament orange, and you lit it upstairs in the lobby. Thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker, members, the 16 Days of Activism campaign against gender-based violence is a global campaign that was inaugurated in 1991, spearheaded by the Women's Global Leadership Institute, a program at the Rutgers University in New Jersey, USA, which trains women in leadership based on global good and practice. The campaign has since grown globally and is marked with a wide range of activities organized by various stakeholders. This year marks the 31st anniversary of the 16 Days of Activism campaign. In 2008, the UN General Secretary launched another initiative dubbed Unite, End Violence Against Women by 2030. This reinforces the 16 Days of Activism campaign. I don't know whether this man is not gender. Oh. The Honorable Minister was, thank you, Honorable Minister. It was a friendly violence. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Unite campaign calls for global action to increase awareness, galvanize advocacy efforts, and share knowledge and innovative measures to address gender-based violence. The government of Uganda, under the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, joined the global campaign in 2008 and has since utilized the campaign annually as an advocacy and mobilization strategy for raising public awareness and gender-based violence-related awareness, especially its implication to national development, influencing behavioral change, securing high-level political and social commitments to end the impunity. The campaign has served as a call to action to ensure that comprehensive services, including protection, medical, legal, and psychosocial services, are available to survivors of gender-based violence. The campaign also contributes to the efforts to deliver on the international, regional, and national commitments on gender equality and women's empowerment, which include the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals. That is SDG 5 on gender equality, also Uganda Vision 2040, and the third National Development Plan 3, which runs between 2020 and 2025, among others. Right, Honorable Speaker and members, the 16 Days of Activism campaign commences usually on 25th November, which is the International Day for Elimination of Violence Against Women, with a national launch, which flags off various activities at the national and district levels in line with the national theme. And it ends on 10th December, which is Human Rights Day. So that is why it runs for 16 days. So it starts on the day of elimination of violence against women and ends on Human Rights Day. Since 2008, Uganda has been engaged in this campaign, and the following impacts have been realized. Increased public awareness on gender-based violence as a human right, public health, economic, and social issue at the family, community, and national levels. Increased reporting of cases of gender-based violence from 39.5% in 2003 to 70%. So 70% now report gender-based violence. And 43% of these are seeking help to end violence. And this according to UBO's National Survey on Violence Against Women and Girls, a report of 2021. The Ministry of Gender has enhanced dialogue with the key actors, including religious and cultural leaders, since they are custodians of social cultural norms, to achieve transformative approaches to gender-based violence prevention and response. It has also strengthened local initiatives and networks of stakeholders to address gender-based violence and enhance accountability by government and stakeholders on actions to address gender-based violence. This year's global theme is Unite, Activism to End Violence Against Women and Girls. Uganda has adopted this global theme as the national theme. Activism refers to the deliberate and noticeable actions undertaken by all stakeholders to bring about the much-needed change of eliminating gender-based violence. The emphasis put on ending violence against women emanates from the fact that women and girls are disproportionately affected by gender-based violence, including harmful traditional practices, including child marriage, female genital mutilation, widow inheritance, and disposition. So that's why we put emphasis on women and girls. The Ministry of Gender is coordinating the organization of the national launch and bringing together all stakeholders, including government MDS across the country. Right Honorable Speaker, the National Survey on Violence Against Women of 2022, conducted by Uganda Bureau of Statistics, indicates that 95% of respondents had experienced either physical, sexual, or both violence by either partners, non-partners, and this from the age of 15 years. Lifetime prevalence of intimate partner sexual violence was reported at 36%. Physical violence among even partnered women was 45%. There are regional disparities, with the Bukedi sub-region registering the highest intimate partner violence, standing at 48% in Bukedi, followed by Acholi sub-region.
Honorable members, she's saying Bukedi, not Bukedea.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And Bukedi has very many districts, including Tororo district. It's followed by Acholi region at 47%. Yes, you people, Acholi region, 47%. You have intimate violence. Elgon region, 33%. South Buganda is the lowest at 8%. So congratulations, South Buganda. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, they want TESO. I will not talk about TESO. The survey further revealed that 47% of women face economic violence, while sexual violence by non-partners from the age of 15 years stood at 55%, with 14% perpetuated by close relatives. Emotional violence stands at 55%. And according to the Uganda Annual Police Crime Report of 2021, a total of 16,242 cases of gender-based violence and violence against children were reported. 8,065 of those were cases of domestic violence. 6,838 were cases of defilement. 749 were cases of rape. 223 were aggravated domestic violence leading to death. 114 were cases of indecent assault, and 39 were cases of child abduction. That is what is in the Uganda Police Annual Crime Report. The effects of COVID-19 pandemic continue to constrain efforts to curb down gender-based violence, considering the extent to which all forms of violence escalated during that time, but especially teenage pregnancy and child marriages perpetuated by confinement and economic hardship. And Right Honorable Speaker, most of these were also by close relatives. Honorable members, I wish to inform you that the objective of the campaign this year will be to raise awareness on gender-based violence against women and girls, its implications to families, communities, and overall national development. To mobilize all partners and stakeholders, especially men and boys, male engagement to take action and prevent violence against women and girls and resist the rollback on women's rights. And Right Honorable Speaker, I think we need to thank Honorable Sarah Pendi because she did this one very well this morning and mobilize the spouse who has been with us since morning. We're also to advocate for strategic.
Honorable members, That is
Honorable Com-
violence. Leave the spouse of Honorable Sarah.
Honorable Speaker, the third objective is to advocate for strategic actions, including increased long-term, sustainable and flexible funding from government, private sector, and other donor partners to end violence against women and girls. I wish to inform you that this year's national launch of the 16 Days of Activism campaign will be held at Imperial Royal Hotel in Kampala City tomorrow, 24th November 2022. This event will be marked with a limited number of persons due to Ebola. The Ministry of Gender, with the UN Family Development Partners, non-state actors, will later organize a number of activities during these 16 days of activism across the country. Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, it's my humble appeal to all of you to participate in this campaign through the various events being organized at national and district levels, and also in your constituency as a matter that will be priority for you during this festive season. I thank you. I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, Honorable Betty. Thank you for the statement. And the statement is self-explanatory. Before you come with a clarification, just want to correct the record that the report that the commissioner laid, the report which was referred to Park Central was pursuant to Rule 1744. Now there's one more report you didn't lay.
Laying of papers.
We are coming back to whatever you want to say.
Right, Honorable
There is a
Speaker.
very, very important report on investigation on the parliamentary commission.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the special audit report on select procurements, expenses, and asset management at the Parliamentary Commission. I beg to lay. This is the year 2022. By the Auditor General, I beg to lay.
That is pursuant to Rule 1813 of the Rules of Procedure. I'm referring that to COSASE. Referred to Committee of COSASE.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg your pardon, 2021, 2022.
Thank you. 2021, 2022. Thank you. And classified is also 2021, 2022. That is a classified one also for all the ministries that get classified funds. The reports are laid to the chairperson of the committee. Yes, you had a procedural matter.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, upon the statement, want it to be procedure right, the IT team adds the page, there is a page missing as the Honorable Minister was submitting when you realize from what we have in here. Because from
That
17.
is
you
which
would-
page?
Pages were not numbered, but right as you proceed on, you realize from number 14, you go to the conclusion, which starts with number 16. So some, as she was reading, some part is missing.
At least one thing you have had it, but you can include it in the report, IT people. Honorable members, I will invoke Rule 52.2 and allow a debate for 15 minutes. There is a clarification. And I want
Yeah,
the men to
right.
do the debate. Women, you first sit. Let the men first talk. Yes,
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker, I've listened to the minister, and I think the report she's giving us is extremely important, particularly to people of my age. Right Honorable Speaker, many of the activities that the minister is talking about, sensitization on how to deal with the violence against women and so on, seems to be at the upper strata of our society. But I think gender-based violence is more prevalent at the rural area. Can I be told today what activity, whereas we are going to these hotels and so on to hear about the same thing which I've heard over and over and over, can I be told what activity is there in Dokolo so that I can be part of it, where that rural woman who is being abused and he doesn't know where to go, what legal framework is there to defend herself or whatever. That is what I want to hear. Because all this sensitization, all this talk is about elites, the people who already know. But the people who are suffering when you talk about gender-based violence are those rural people. So I want that clarification. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Minister and Wapa, why wouldn't we have this launch in Bukedea, where the percentage is very high, other than us having it in a air-conditioned place, or Nakapiripirich, where girls get married when they are 10 years. Why don't we go and have a launch in a village setting and deal with the village women? And also with the men, so that you're able to tell these men what you're doing is wrong, or tell the women what you're doing is wrong, so that they know what we are talking about. But when we go to the boardroom, air-conditioned boardroom, for them, they say they're just looking for allowances. So why wouldn't we do? Let's first clarify that. Maybe the clarification will transfer the venue to some village. And maybe just for information, there is no Ebola in Bukedea, and we are ready to host it.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Right Honorable, procedurally, we always have a national launch, and all the districts will also have district launch. So unless you want us to choose one district for a national launch.
Yes.
If we are to, but
I am putting a question that we launch the 16 days of activism in a village setting. Those in favor send the control and nay. The ayes have it. Now I'm starting with the boy children. Emmanuel.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to start by thanking the minister for the statement. And I want to thank you for driving us into relocating the launch to a rural district. And I want to believe it will be Pakwach. Why am I saying Pakwach? It's because, Right Honorable Speaker, we have organizations that are key in championing such activities. And sometimes I feel bad that when a minister is making such a statement, they don't recognize such organizations. For instance, in Greater Navy now, we have Plan International, where I worked before coming to Parliament, and we would have such activities in the districts where we are working. We would drive the activities ourselves. And I would be happy when I'm here that as a government, we are recognizing such organizations actually to even motivate them more, and where possible to get them to expand to other districts. Because I know for sure We are talking about the launch, the rural districts. We are talking about activities like Mama has said that should happen in Dokolo, but she will tell you that they don't have funds to support the districts to make sure that such activities are there. And you will find that a lot of times, eventually it is the MPs that are called upon to make contributions for those district activities to take place. So what are we going to not contribute for?
Honorable members, so 2 minutes each. Let's avoid talking for long. But as you heard, Bukedwe was being misinterpreted as Bukedea. We should launch this in Budaka, where the rate is so high. Yes, I mean, let's Tororo is part of Bukedi. Honorable member, let's look at how do we plan to eliminate gender-based violence as solutions. As legislators, let's not go into lamenting. Let's look at the solutions and how we are going to create awareness, how we are going to legislate to that effect, how we are going to budget to that effect. I wish I was you when the speaker is speaking, I sit down. Honorable members, Father Onen, Charles.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the gender-based violence affects every fiber of the society. And whenever it took place, it could leave incurable kind of scars to the society. We need to come with a law and with a policy which can help to support the victims of violence. And in most cases, perpetrators of violence are or were once victims of violence. And in most cases, now we have seen the effects of violence in our community, in our society. The rampant cases of child mothers, the rampant cases of suicide. Gulu district, for example, last month, lost a doctor due to domestic violence. A former councillor, decided to stop a medical doctor and he killed him. It also happened in College district and other places. How are we going to help victims of violence? We need psychosocial support to be given to victims of violence. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want also to add my voice to say happy birthday. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the minister for the presentation that she has made here. Right Honorable Speaker, when we talk of women, in this country, women are the ones actually feeding this country. As we talk now, Right Honorable Speaker, because of the emphasis that has been put on women and girl children, our boys' children are going astray. And as we talk now, if you go to the rural setting, Madam Speaker, the responsibilities that men used to take have been relinquished now to women. If you go to rural schools, you will find that women are the ones paying school fees. They are the ones buying uniforms. They are the ones buying books for children to go to school. This one has left men actually not doing what they are supposed to do. My empathy is that, Right Honorable Speaker, when we are putting much emphasis onto girl children.
It is okay. You say your order.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Right, Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Member of Parliament stated very clearly that nowadays women are the one paying school fees, buying uniform. Right, Honourable Speaker, the contrary is true in my district, Amoro. Men are paying school fees. The Honourable Member should have been specific by saying some men, but not generalizing all the men in the same bracket. Is the Honourable Member in order to generalize that all men are not performing as far as payment of school fees is concerned? Is in order?
Honorable Member, we are not talking about men from districts. We are talking about all the men. If you are irresponsible, you are irresponsible.
Thank you very much.
You're
Right
leaving responsibility to the women.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the protection. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, women in my area are the ones now doing business, and they are doing the local business of selling dry and fresh cassava, taking them on ordinary bicycle to Lira City. And if you go to Lira, on the main road, you will find only women going to sell cassava. And men, you don't see them around. I'm not saying men are bad, but men should also be brought to their responsibility. They should know what they are supposed to do. I'm also a man. Madam Speaker, whenever we emphasize on girl-child education, I don't want boy child to be left behind. Let's bring these people side by side so that we balance the equation. Thank you very much, Madam.
Martin.
Right Honorable Speaker, allow me join my colleagues in wishing you a happy birthday, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, a few years ago, when I was still chairman of GULO, with the help of ActionAid, we opened a GBV shelter, a place where victims of violence would be given support, both psychosocial, medical, legal, and so on. But also it turned to be a place where families would access counseling. And it is a fact that many families require counseling services. I would like to know from the Honorable Minister, Right Honorable Speaker, because I'm aware that at some point, ActionAid said they could no longer continue supporting the GBV shelter, which turned to be very useful. It would be good for the Honorable Minister to talk about that and see the possibility of replicating such initiatives so that people have access to such services and victims of violence can be supported. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Payondo. I was giving your neighbor, then you.
Thank you.
Honorable Pierre.
I want to thank the minister for the statement that she has given. Particularly, I want to draw the attention of this House to the issues of sexual violence and in regard to the police cases that have been mentioned. I've just looked at the action report from the Ministry of Justice, and it shows that in the last 1 year, there were 1,036 cases of rape reported, but there were only 55 convictions. That means the conviction rate is only 5%. When you do the mathematics, it means it will take almost 20 years to convict a rape perpetrator. I want to ask the minister that in this engagement, let's also engage the judiciary and justice system. Many of these cases die at the police station itself, and they fail to proceed through the justice system to prosecution. We need to take very strong action, right from the magistrate's course, right up to the highest levels of the judiciary system.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fred, Solo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if I had powers in this country, I would pronounce this day a public holiday. If I was a religious leader, I would call this day a blessed day, because it's a day a lady of charisma was born, and that is none other than you. No wonder, Honorable Speaker, you're changing precedences that issues of gender-based violences are now transferred from air-conditioned rooms to the villages. So why wouldn't I call today a blessed day? Because history is being made, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm not going to lament, but issues of gender-based violence and their prevention are so theoretical. They are just talked about. They are left in good English as the statements written here, Honorable Speaker. How I wish they can be interpreted to our local languages so that even my people from Kome can read it and understand. But we come here, we make good presentations, we do good English here, and it remains here, and it remains so theoretical. Honorable Speaker, it's my prayer that issues of gender-based prevention go up to the grassroots, and even my mother in Kome can get to know what is gender-based
Thank
violence,
you.
how can it be fought. Thank you very much.
And when you're going to launch it in the rural areas, you should be able to take reusable pads for the girls to show them that this is what you should be able to take some projects that help the women to become economically empowered as you go to those rural areas. So Law and then Batua.
All right,
I'm not
Honorable
voting.
Speaker, I thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak about this report. It's so absurd that in this generation, the gender-based violence is at a high percentage. It's so bad. But in most cases, right, Honorable Speaker, the girl child is cared about more than the boy child. You find the boy child growing up without being cared about. That's why you find at times when boys have complicated hearts, complicated acts, because every time they empower, they sensitize the girl child. I have a friend, right, Honorable Speaker, in my constituency called Robert Indigida. He was beaten by the woman. And when he went at the police, they just laughed at him. So I call upon this government to empower the boy child the way they empower the girl child. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, if you remember what I said from the beginning, when you talk about the gender-based violence, you've just heard about what the Father Nen said. A lady stabbed a doctor today. It's not about women alone. It's about the boys also. So they should equally be, because they will become a threat if they are not catered for. They should equally be catered for. They should include them in the project. And inclusion is very, very important in whatever is being done. Dr. Batua?
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I take this opportunity to be a very good one, to have a chance to contribute in this kind of discussion regarding gender violence. Right Honorable Speaker, as one of the legislators who really looks to it that we should end this gender-based violence, it is in my thought that we strategize, starting this year, we approach it from the angle of the traditional and religious practices, such that the gender-based violence attached on the traditional practices and religious practices can be solved. The stakeholders on the other side of the discussion are clearly known. Issues of, female genital mutilation should really come to an end if we can have a fruitful discussion. Issues of forced marriage, issues of child marriage, violence around dowry. Let's first settle that aspect of gender-based violence, at least this year, so that next year we now venture in others, but the theme should be around religious and traditional practice driven gender violence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Akol.
Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to add my voice to others to tell you a happy birthday. But by coincidence, I am also born today.
Happy birthday.
Right Honorable Speaker, when you are introducing the people who came to witness this debate, you happen to introduce a doctorate, Judith. I worked with her for a long time before joining Parliament on issue of gender-based violence. Right Honorable Speaker,
Honorable, is that why you boxed Domoto?
Right Honorable Speaker,
That was on a light note.
that is a gender-based violence. So, right Honorable Speaker, the problem of gender-based violence is actually when you get to the root, it stems from poverty. Because when you look critically, the areas that are ranked to be on the highest list are the areas that are poor in the country. Because of poverty, you will realize that even education becomes a problem, and it renders the girl vulnerable to violence. And therefore, when we want to address the issue of gender-based violence from the root cause of it, you have to address the issue of poverty. Because by the time we were implementing the gender-based violence approaches to make sure we stop it, there are situations where a lady who has been beaten by a man, the man has been arrested, is already in prison, but they fail to feed the family. You realize this is a woman who will come to you to plead. That plea. You are talking about a low rate of prosecution. So, when we want to address this issue, approach it from the root cause of the problem. And to me, it is the poverty level. If it is addressed well, the women are placed well, they are educated, actually you will realize the gender-based violence will go down. That's why areas.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Osman. He's talking about the enforceability of the law in place. People should also be economically empowered. Osman.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I listened attentively to the minister, and I want to find out from her statement the program she has with regard to gender-based violence in places of detention, the prisons and the police. Right Honourable Speaker, I have been a political prisoner, and during my time in Luzira, we interacted. These cases are there. The minister has not been to prison, she may not know. But these cases are there. Now, when we are talking about approaches, it is an area that we need to give attention to, because the gender-based violence is not only outside, but it is inside. Finally, Right Honourable Speaker, why as a parliament we need to take interest in this matter, it's also important that the legislation we make engenders an agenda for gender-based violence. For example, you look at aspects related to witness protection. People out there have information, especially in the families, but then there are no proper witness protection laws, so that if people are to provide information, they will be protected. So as a parliament, what are we going to do about it? I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Komakech. Dennis. Abudala.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Women, it is your day. First listen to this man talk.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, you cannot speak of gender-based violence and you leave out alcohol abuse and substance use. gender-based violence is only a secondary effect of the primary use of substance and alcohol abuse. I would love to appreciate the minister for bringing out Acholi sub-region in particular. Right, Honorable Speaker, Acholi sub-region, these people are known for being the most loving men and women in the country. But because of use of alcohol and substance that they consume to forget about the poverty in their area, that they consume to forget about the atrocities that they had in their region, the effect of usage of alcohol causes two things, Right Honorable Speaker. If you are a man and you use alcohol, your libido goes low. It's in public domain. If you're a woman and you use alcohol, your libido shoots high. Now, in an event where poverty is encouraged, Right Honorable Speaker, this is
Honorable members is telling you what happens in Acholi region.
Right Honorable Speaker, it will be so absurd for us to speak against gender-based violence, gender violence, when we do not address the issues that really cause this factor into our families. I would request the minister, before we blame the men and the women, what are you doing? What are we going to do to see that we address the use of alcohol and substance, especially in regions that were traumatized by former LRA rebels? Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister is talking about alcohol. There is a bill in this house on alcohol, regulating the alcohol, and then the issues of maybe trauma. People need to be, like what Honorable Henry said, people need to be counseled. Dennis?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I have just been very observant to the statement, and I've just realized that gender-based violence is that it speaks in poor districts, very poor communities, where the standard of living is low and the level of civilization. So I would want to argue the minister to come up with at least policies, special designed for such communities, because once the standard of living is low, the level of civilization, we shall continue experiencing these challenges of GBV. Because from the report, South Buganda is at lowest because of the level of civilization, education, and standard of living. Thank you so much.
You cannot say because I'm poor, so I'm uncivilized. No. The two do not relate.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. On this issue of gender-based violence, first of all, honorable colleagues, we must appreciate that it cuts across, much as the statement of the Honorable Minister was so much emphasizing about women. Many men are being battered in their houses, and less attention is given to them. Even when you go to police, much emphasis is given to women. I think we should ensure that there is a desk of the family desk at police, which is always across the police stations, is manned by women, and always the priority is given to ladies. It is not bad, but I think we should train them more to ensure that gender-based violence cuts across. If it is a man who has reported, priority given to him, and the issue be addressed accordingly. Otherwise, fellow countrymen, we should carry on the mantle to ensure that the information is saturated across the country, on radios, on TVs, through NGOs, so that men, women, and children can know their rights, where they start, and where they can stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And if you're looking for somebody who can be passionate, who can be so welcome, who is so humane and responsible, it is always a woman. And that's why you find it is women manning those positions. And those are your mothers. Those are your mothers, your wives, your aunties, your daughters, and everybody. So what this house is trying to do is to protect your daughters, protect your wives, protect the. So when we talk, because they are the weaker side, you get it, eh? A woman was created from a man's rib. So they have to be protected. Ebualu, Gilbert.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you and also thank the Minister. Right Honorable Speaker, many people in Uganda today look up to you. And I want to appeal to you that continue with your heart, raise many people. From the time that you donated a Range Rover to a man, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, it has raised the profile.
I did not donate to a man.
Yes.
I gave a gift to my husband.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker, right Honorable Speaker, allow me to withdraw because I wouldn't want to. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to withdraw because I wouldn't want to encourage gender-based violence in Parliament here. I have withdrawn, but I want to thank you from the time.
There is information here. Yes.
But
the speaker has given you information.
Thank you very much, Honorable Baru, for giving way. The information I want to give is that the Right Honorable Prime Minister set a precedent. Right Honorable Speaker, and now the women will be giving us Range Rovers as birthday gifts. That's the information I want to give.
Honorable members, honorable members, the issue of my family is not an issue of debate in this house. What I do with my family is to me and my family. Can we talk about gender-based violence?
Right,
because me and my husband, there is no gender-based violence.
Right Honorable Speaker, I will respect that. I want to thank you very much, but it does not deny the fact that since you come from TESO, it has raised the profile of TESO very high, and I want to thank you. I want to come here, Right Honorable Speaker, I did not hear the minister give us the statistics of TESO and other regions. TESO, Karamoja and other regions, these are the poorest regions in the country. It will be very important that the minister gives us the statistics, not only for Bukedi, but the whole country, so that we get to understand. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, through you, I would want to appeal to my colleagues, members of Parliament, that we put a special fund specifically for women in this country, especially the rural women. When you go today, Right Honorable Speaker, women are managing families. Women are in circles. Women are in their groups. They are now, men have run away from their duties. They are in the trading centers and then they come home. But finally, Madam Speaker, this matter is not about debate. Let me conclude and then you come. A poor man, when he goes back home, he has not eaten. The children have not eaten. The woman has not eaten. I can tell you, even doing his duties in the night, he cannot do So all this brings about violence. So when we talk about poverty, we need to empower our people so that we are there. Clarification.
Honorable members. Yes, Solomon.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I was seeking clarification, first of all, from Honorable Boalo. You know, in Parliament, our rules bars from debating in parables. So you would have been specific on which specific duties you are referring to. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable, that is what they call an indoor management rule. You go and discuss it in your bedroom.
Much
not-
obliged.
Not in the house here.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want first of all congratulate the women. I want to thank the Honorable Sarah Pendi, the chairperson of WOPA, for a well-coordinated day as we start the 16 days of activism. And I saw Sarah Pendi mobilized the men. I was waiting to see the president of the Uganda People's Congress, also mobilized by the Honorable Minister. And so that, right, Honorable Speaker, they have given me information that he was fully mobilized. And I want to thank you, Honorable Minister, for mobilizing the president of the Uganda People's Congress to be in this thing. Right, Honorable Speaker, I think when we
So what information did you want to give?
Right.
What information?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I had already given Honorable Boalo the information. Now I was making my contribution.
Now, members, as I told you, that I was invoking Rule 52.2, and I was giving 15 minutes. So I was moving to this side now to give the members. Can I see the members? Only the men. Songa. Members, sit. Ministers, you will come, you'll speak.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to thank the Minister for this important launch, especially when we want to curb gender-based violence. I want to agree with the previous honorable members that if we want to address gender-based violence in our society, we need to address the question of poverty. We need socioeconomic empowerment. Personally, I don't want to see anyone bringing a loan request here to stop gender-based violence. Bring a loan request for socioeconomic empowerment, which will automatically address gender-based violence. Most of the challenges that are coming in this society is because people don't have survival, something to survive on. So it is very important. Secondly, many women organizations or organizations that are promoting gender-based issues are getting a lot of funds from around the world. But how much, what percentage is going to the rural woman in Zombo? When you look at the figures, they are in trillions. But whatever goes on the ground is so little. And that is one root cause of gender-based violence. Let us avoid corruption so that we can address this up to the grassroots and empower our people. I want to appreciate the chair of WOPA and all the women. Let us work together and see that even in our budget, priority should be given for socioeconomic empowerment. And that can only come if we put our little money in the budget for income generating activities to raise more revenue to fund some of these initiatives. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, if something has been mentioned, don't repeat on the same thing. We've talked about poverty as one of the causes. Boalo said when you go home and you have nothing in the pocket, you're not a man enough. Okay? Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, thank you very much for the statement. Dear members, we are here to find solutions to the issues of gender-based violence. And I'll straight away go to the issues of ethical values. If we are not going to embrace the issue of ethical values that is being promoted by Honorable Saba Buturo, then we may not find any solution to the issues of ethical violence. Secondly, Madam Speaker, can we use the school setup, the role of the head teachers, senior woman teachers, male teachers, the matrons, the prefects, and so on and so forth, for sensitization, mobilization, and education of the masses? The cultural leaders, religious leaders should all be involved. Madam Speaker, there is a suppression, exploitation, and sexual exploitation, discrimination of the women and everybody, at home and in workplaces. Issues of lesbianism, Madam Speaker, bestiality, homosexuality, all should be avoided, because this is the discrimination, this is the really exploitation, because how do you leave a woman and you go for a man instead? So you leave a woman and you go for a man. That is the homosexuality. This is all related to really gender-based violence. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker,
There is a clarification from Jonathan.
I will now raise at a procedural matter. Madam Speaker, the statement from the minister is clear. We are dealing with the launch of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. My understanding of gender-based violence are these actions of violence that you met on a person after first determining the sex of that person. If you look at that person and you find the man, you wouldn't have gone ahead. But because this one is a woman, then you go ahead and do it. Wouldn't it be procedure right, Madam Speaker, that you guide members, that we restrict ourselves to the theme of the day, and on another opportunity we can come back here and talk about other issues, so that we are relevant to the statement the minister presented.
The theme of the day is for us to unite to eliminate gender-based violence.
I don't want to mention the specific areas that I felt are outside, but when you listen to debate from members, they are kind of skewed from their core.
Some members are giving a maiden speech.
Okay.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mamawi James is my name from Adjumani East. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the minister, and I want to thank you for directing us to speak in looking at the view of village or urban, rural areas, because most of us comes from rural area. Right Honourable Speaker, when we were for recess, I got one of unique question when I had a meeting in one of the village. Men are asking me, why women empowerment? Why not men empowerment? So I deliberately answered this in a way that men are born when they're already empowered. But I said, okay, let me also take this to the government and we see what to do. Therefore, Right Honourable Speaker, when we talk about empowerment, when we talk about gender-based violence, these are different things. But what men know is, what men knows is that empowerment is only for women. And we need to talk along this line. We need the minister to help us. Whenever there are issues of empowerment, we need to involve men, either in meetings or in environment trainings. Right Honourable Speaker, they need to understand what is meant by gender-based violence. Because when we had a statement here, even in the report, Right Honourable Speaker, when you read it through, you are saying violence against women and child, and men are not mentioned. I read one version here. Right Honourable Speaker, the second issue is, I want to concur with the Honourable
Honorable Adome. You finish. I'm told it is a maiden speech. Finish.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to concur with Dr. Batua on the issue of addressing gender-based violence in regards to looking at the aspect of traditional leaders, religious leaders, and community leaders at large. Because if we don't do so, in the previous years, Right Honorable Speaker, if an elder speaks, and then everybody listens. But now looking at the current situation, Right Honorable Speaker, whatever speech, whatever advice you give to any, either women or men, everybody takes its or her own decisions in regards to management and other related issues. Therefore, we want the Ministry of Labor and Gender help us.
You finish.
We need the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development to help us, Right Honorable Speaker, to empower our elders, to empower our traditional leaders, so that they are able to address these issues of gender-based violence. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Frank, members, as we even speak about the gender-based and how women are being mistreated and that kind of thing. But women also, some women are also big-headed. We need to be submissive.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this sensitive topic.
Honorable members, listen. I was given that advice by a Senga called Ethel, that you need to be submissive, irrespective of your positions.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it's true. Members have mentioned so many issues that directly attribute to the escalation of gender-based violence in this country. But I want to put your attention to the issue of mental health, because given the fact that there is a big challenge in terms of development, most of our areas in the country are still underdeveloped, and this has affected people mentally, causing a lot of stress. So this has affected people mentally. That is why, as government, we need to put a lot of emphasis, because I am 100% sure that some of these cases can either be attributed to mental health. So we should put emphasis on budgeting, especially putting facilities that can address these issues, generally in all regions, especially in hospitals, because we don't have that service. And so let's look at recruiting personnel that can be able to assess and also help in making people cope up with these issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I also add my voice from the people of Badiere County, Nebi District, to wish you a happy birthday. Madam Speaker, on the 18th of November, we celebrated the 12th anniversary of our King of Alur, the Obimu. And I appreciate our kingdom very much, because for the second time running, the theme has been one: empowering the girl child and ending early pregnancies. And I think actually that plays a very big role in our communities. It brings back to the point whereby traditional and cultural leaders can play a vital role in actually educating our masses and educating the community. Secondly, Madam Speaker, most of the shelters we have in our districts have already lost funding. When most of our girls who are in marriage are actually chased away by their husbands, they cannot go back home, because at home, the parents also chase them away because
Seminarian.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and happy birthday. May I take this opportunity to thank the Minister for the statement made, and I would like to make my contribution.
Volume.
And I would like to make my contribution on one thing: prioritization. Putting on my economic lens, Madam Speaker, I would like to treat gender-based violence as a development challenge. a challenge that does not only affect productivity of labor by the victim, but also that drives away investment resources towards health, justice, and police services. And what could be the root cause of gender-based violence? People have talked about poverty, but in my view, poverty is one of the ultimate consequences of gender-based violence. Therefore, the root cause of poverty is discriminatory cultural norms, treating the girl child as a less than the boy child. And in that regard, what could therefore be the solution? In my view, I think that we need to.
You're off. Next.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Lokoro Albert, Member of Parliament representing the Tepeti County in Karamoja sub-region. I join the rest of the members to wish you a happy birthday. Madam Speaker, gender-based violence is real from the various societies we come from. And it's just because of the lack of knowledge on the rights by both men and women. People do not know their rights. Down there in the rural areas, even when people are their rights are violated, they are not able to defend themselves in the courts of law. The other aspect is moral decay. I come from Karamoja, where the elders really preside on matters of society. But as a result of this, the elders are no longer respected.
James. Donald.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Madam Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to contribute to the minister's statement. One, is that the causes of violence in homes is right from childhood, that when parents are looking after their children, I think sometimes they tend to quarrel openly when the children are seeing. So it is a common norm that causes violence, that when these fellows grow up, if the father is violent, the child will also be violent. Two, I would also like to make a proposal that the Minister of Gender, we have traditional chiefs or leaders in this country, make it a policy that every clan meets every end of year, and those values can be very good to our society, such that they can be making some kind of inventory to your ministry, because the local leaders.
Donald.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, you guided that we really need to have solutions to the problem of gender-based violence. But if I look for solutions, the new solutions, we need to assess the previous efforts. Right Honorable Speaker, the 15 years I was in civil society, we used to have a lot of interaction with government. And whichever program that will come on board, they would say gender mainstreaming, and with a budget line. My question, Right Honorable Speaker, to the Minister and the other members here, have we done an assessment or an evaluation of this gender mainstreaming that we've been doing for the last 15 years to ensure that we see our effort that we've done for get solutions? Then two, we're talking about girls. Even last week in my district, there was a girls summit talking about girls. But we're looking at this problem, and you can. Right Honorable Speaker.
What were you saying?
Right Honorable Speaker, we are talking about a problem of gender-based violence, and we cannot solve this problem minus looking at the root cause. Who is this person bringing the problems to the women? We really need to focus on the men also. As we do the girls summit, we also need to do the boys summit so that we solve this problem of gender-based violence.
Thank you. Impact assessment of the previous years, and also look at the root cause. Yes, Palsa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and happy birthday.
the mischief has been understood, and that is the gender-based violence. The laws have been put in place. I'm coming from the point of view that the problem is the enforcement of the laws, which is lacking. And I just want to say, Right Honorable Speaker, that the Ministry of Gender should come up with a master plan. Let's have special courts to deal with this issue for some time to enforce the law on gender-based violence so that we deter the candidates who prefer to do this on the society. Even the current way the things are done, the police investigations, they are not sensitive to this. So we need a special approach to this one, that we have special courts that instantly deal.
One thing I said at the beginning, we have made the laws to the effect, but what is lacking is popularizing these laws and enforceability. And because they are not being enforced, these people continue doing whatever they are doing because nobody has gone punished. Fourth photo.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
Nakasongola.
Right Honorable
Bias.
Speaker, I want us to refer to the best practices, and they come from a culture of Toro. The Toro, we are men who treasure our women. I wanted actually to know the statistics because I'm seeing other tribes have been raiding Toro very much because we produce very good women and people who can. Madam, why I'm emphasizing this point of culture, if you listen to the cultural orientation of our children, they are being emphasized the importance of keeping a home between a man and a woman and a peaceful home. And if you come to all cultural songs of Toro and our functions, you will find that this is being promoted in every function. And that's why you find among the Baganda, there is less violence because it is almost similar. So I think we need to carry these practices to other tribes where maybe it is lacking, such that people can understand the importance of having a good wife and good family. And I think this term of gender-based happiness must be emphasized from gender-based violence to gender-based happiness. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Minister of Gender for the report, for the presentation. Madam Speaker, as we discuss about gender-based violence, we can't also leave out talking about attitude change in our youth. Madam Speaker, when you go to a number of training centers in our country, and you look at our youth who are out of school, you'll find out that they waste much of their time in discussing about politics. They discuss about World Cup. They discuss about who is powerful in the area. At the end of the day, when they go back home, when they have their wives and children, they have no money. When they reach home and the women happen to ask money which was supposed to leave on the table, that money was not left there. The quarrel will begin from there. People will quarrel. So, Madam Speaker, as we look at Madam Speaker, as we look at gender-based violence, we must also look at attitude change of our youth. I beg to submit.
Bias.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the biggest cause of violence in our homes is stress. So if we can have a solution to the challenges which cause stress, for example, like traffic jam in Kampala, by the time we reach home, you don't even want to speak to your wife. Yes. Right Honorable Speaker, another challenge which is causing stress to Ugandans is high fuel prices, high cost of education. Women prefer taking their children to expensive schools, yet men cannot afford. In the end, it causes
It's a maiden speech. Switch on.
yes, another challenge, right, Honorable Speaker, politics. Yes, Ugandans are good at politicking throughout, and it causes violence at home. You find a woman supporting another candidate against the husband's preferred candidate, and it causes what? Violence. So if we can have a solution to the challenges causing stress, then we shall have. I thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Bahati. Honorable Bahati.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to affirm my commitment to the fight against gender violence, because I truly believe that gender violence in any form by anybody is wrong and should be fought. And I want to congratulate the minister for the statement, and also state that this House has actually passed enough legislation to help the ministry and government to fight against gender. For example, gender violence. For example, we have passed Domestic Violence Act. We have passed Female Genital Mutilation Act, the Children's Act, Trafficking in Humans Act. All these are legislations that we can enforce to fight against gender violence. What then is the missing link? What then is the missing link? And I think a number of members of parliament have made a contribution to this. Poverty as one of them. Moral values in our community, moral values. And I think as parents, we need really to start from the children, to teach them the right values, to respect almost all genders in our society. So I want to thank you for also the statement that you made, which is biblical, that each one of us in our homes, if we took our marriages the way, especially the Christians, the vows we took, that men should love their women and the women should submit, I think most of the problems would be resolved. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Love.
Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I join the rest of my brothers and sisters that have thanked and congratulated the minister upon the statement. But in the same faith, I want to thank my sister and member, the Honorable Sarah Pendi, who is my chair. For information, I'm a member of WOPA. Right, Honorable Speaker, I had prepared a written text, but in concurrence with whatever has been submitted by my honorable colleagues, I will not waste time, but I only want to add by saying the following. One, when you talk about a woman, I don't see the woman. I see my mother, I see my wife, I see my sister, and finally, I see my daughter. The government on your left supports all efforts aimed and intended to raise the standard of living of all citizens, men and women inclusive. We therefore wish to pronounce ourselves by stating that we congratulate all participants in this effort. We observe that gender-based violence cases reported and investigated have increased by 4% from 38,651 to 40,258 cases between the years 2015 to 2016. And we make reference to the Uganda Police's annual crime report of 2020. We also note that 22% of the girls and women aged between 15 to 48 years experienced sexual violence, and 13% of the girls and women. This translates into more than 1 million women exposed to sexual violence every year in Uganda. And this is alarming and catastrophic. I agree with the Honorable David Bahati that we passed numerous legislations in this country, but the implementation is still at its lowest. We call upon and encourage government to enhance the budget in defending the rights of those that have been subjected to gender-based violence, men and women. Right Honorable Speaker, one day in my constituency, an LC1 chairman put up his hand and asked me to propose a law that protects men against women beating them. An LC1 chairperson. And we had just passed the law against domestic violence. And to me, that pointed to lack of information in our population, and therefore calling upon government, no players, to invest in awareness. Because people think that when we talk about gender, we're talking about the woman and not everyone. We must recognize the gaps that exist in empowering laws like the Land Act if we are to promote gender equality. We have limited capacity in the Ministry of Gender, Police and Judiciary, and I'm talking about both financial and technical. So we need to invest in awareness and training in those key institutions. We need to structure a percentage of at least 10% of every concerned sector's national budget to cover the program and fight against gender-based violence. We need to increase facilitation of more staff in police, the Ministry of Gender, and the judiciary to handle gender-based issues and promote as a way of promoting and enhancing equality. We need to construct gender-based violence shelters in all districts of Uganda to handle cases of gender violence. We need to preserve the chambers in all courts and all districts of Uganda to handle the increasing cases of gender-based violence. We need to establish rehabilitation, counseling, and psychosocial support centers in every district in Uganda to handle gender-based cases and increase awareness. We need to invest in supporting all efforts by religious and traditional institutions as a way of increasing awareness. We need to reintroduce the Sexual Offences Bill and make provision for stringent and attendant punishments arising out of sexual offenses against not only women, but men. We need to revisit our policy on equality. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, in joining the colleagues that are celebrating this, I want to propose that for once we encourage our police to allow all of us participate in these activities in our constituencies. My concern and worry is that when we take up, especially the government on your left, when we take up this mantle of organizing functions in our constituencies, we are likely to be met with brute and violence. And yet this is a national concern, and it is the best way that assures us of stabilizing our country. You cannot have a stable country without stable homes. Let me reassure you Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, of our commitment, at least from this government that I lead for these few days on your left, that we are committed to all efforts, and we are happy to work with government in eliminating all forms of gender-based violence. I want to join the rest, but in my case, once again, to wish you a happy birthday. Away from this microphone, I would say a happy birthday to you, my daughter. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Daddy. Away from the microphone. That is a very enriching message from my left, from the government on my left, the shadow on my left. And I wish we could all borrow a leaf from what all members have said. I love the member who said over drinking. That was Komakech. Why don't we regulate the drinking? We have the laws. Honorable Bahati talked about the laws. We have the laws in place. Why don't we popularize the laws so that people know the do's and the don'ts? We do budgeting for all these MDAs, the agencies, all these bodies that do the gender-based violence activities, but the money end up being eaten. Why don't we look at the people who eat at who take the money? Why don't we unite as legislators and fight against the gender-based violence? Let's unite. We are the voice of the voiceless. And as it has been said, create awareness. People lack information. Let's create awareness about the laws. Let's create awareness of the implications of the act that people go into. Let's do the legislation, a continuous legislation on the same. Let's provide money as a house for these institutions. And we should also make sure that the law is applied to everybody, not discriminatively. If it is a woman who is on the wrong, she must be punished. If it is a man, then he should be punished too. And of course, we are not living in a static world. Because of the changes that are there, we also need to make sure that our laws are changed from time to time to meet the changing environment which is there. And of course, the issues of counseling is very important. You look at, Komakecha was saying that people from northern Uganda, after the war, had that effect. They need to be counseled. But most importantly, without having a strong woman in WOPA, wouldn't be debating this. We want to thank you, Sarah, and your team, the executive, and all the WOPA members. Okay, I want to thank the husband. I want to thank your neighbor for ensuring that he gives you the courage to do the work. And you represent the WOPA team very well. And on a sincere note, we are grateful. As Parliament of Uganda, as people of Uganda, and as the WOPA members. But also want to thank the minister for her statement. Minister, that is a very good statement. How we wish we can only make sure that we popularize the laws, create awareness, make sure that the NGOs, the bodies who are handling that, do it in a transparent way. Yes, Sarah, then the minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this
Sarah, in 1
opportunity.
minute.
Yes, I'll just use 1 minute, Right Honorable Speaker, to thank the colleagues for standing in solidarity on this matter. And I want to request colleagues, let us not stop at talking, because the problem that we have in this country is dealing with this challenge is funding. The law enforcement agencies, while police has created a family unit, they lack funding to support those involved in the investigations. but also we need shelters, safe houses for these victims of the gender-based violence. And we need funding to the Ministry of Gender. They have a program. These women who have faced this violence can actually be skilled so that they can move out and be self-reliant. But without funding, that cannot be achieved.
Thank
so I want
you.
to thank colleagues, and I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. No, not safe house.
Yes,
We
Sarah.
need homes for the victims of violence, especially when they are in court. They
Yes.
need shelters where they can be, because they cannot stay in the community when they are being harassed. So I want to thank colleagues, and I hope that during the budgeting process, we shall prioritize this matter and provide funding in a phased manner. We can start in a few regions where violence is highest, like the East.
And maybe we also need pro bono services.
Yes, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. We are actually the sponsors of the legal aid bill in the 10th Parliament. So I want to thank Honorable Awogon, and I hope that this House can also pass that legal aid bill, because it will go a long way in helping us, helping the poor to get the free legal services when they are in court. So thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to wish you a happy birthday.
Thank you, Sarah.
The Speaker has thanked
Thank
all of
you,
you
Sarah.
and thanks everybody.
Can I have chairperson gender?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. A blessed birthday, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to take this opportunity to thank and congratulate the Minister upon the very first statement on the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, coming from the recommendations that I made here in the report on gender-based violence from the Committee on Gender, Labor and Social Development, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are two things that I didn't hear very well from the colleagues. One of them is the parenting. If we are going to continue in this country to have only fathers and mothers who are not parents, we are going to keep with the problem. Madam Speaker, we visited the remand homes in this country. In Kampiringisa, 194 remandees, only 4 were girls. In Fort Portal, we met 75 remandees and only Speaker. In Masindi, 55 remandees, no girl. And these are the boys who are expected to bring things to our families to marry our children. Madam Speaker, if we don't take care of these boys and we think because they don't get pregnant, therefore they cannot be spoiled, we are not going to have responsible men leading homes. And therefore this government must invest now very seriously if we have to emancipate women in the boys. Secondly, Madam Speaker.
Actually, chairperson, not that you did not hear well, it was not mentioned on the issue of parenting. And when you concentrate on the girl child, you're going to have irresponsible sons-in-laws.
Yes, Madam Speaker, that's my fear. But Madam Speaker, I know that with awareness, if we can invest in awareness throughout this country as a mandate of the Ministry of Gender, I think now that we enter the budget process, we need to give enough appropriation for awareness. And the justice centers, Madam Speaker, are far from the clients. Even when people encounter these violences in homes, for people to start trekking, I want to give an example of Karamoja in Napak. If people are going to find the justice center in Imbale, and someone has to carry witnesses every time, and the court procedure is so long, I think, Madam Speaker, let us talk about getting the justice centers nearer to the people. Madam Speaker, I want to thank everybody here, honorable members. I want to congratulate you upon the 16 days. We are just beginning them.
Honorable Minister.
I would like to implore that the members, all of us, find some kind of celebration in our constituencies, that we all now take it down so that everyone is made aware of this celebration.
Let's find some kind of activity
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank all the members who have contributed because it has been a united voice. And importantly, a united voice from the male parliamentarians. I want to thank you, our male colleagues, and the Speaker for choosing the male colleagues that have made a commitment on top of the female parliamentarians, and the leader of opposition acting for all the support that he has assured this House in respect to implementation, support for financing, issues around GBV and all that. Leader of opposition, I want to thank you. On a matter which is cross-cutting like this, that you have brought us together on the key issues that need to be done. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to just say all the issues that have been either proposed or issues that have been requested, for example, issues around issues that requires the ministry to give substantive response. For example, Honorable Basalira asked issues of detention, prisons, what are the action plan for the ministry? It's elaborate. I pledge that I will bring a comprehensive statement on the actions being taken, including the financing, the programming, and the fund, which is now a grant from the World Bank called GROW, which is growth and opportunity for productivity, financing for women, so that we are able to know the program we have for addressing poverty and socioeconomic aspects of women and the community. Issues of action, gender-based violence shelters, we have about 17. We will bring the list, statistics nationally, we will bring, and all the other issues that have been requested. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to submit that we will bring all the detailed program here.
Have you finished?
Yes, I beg to request that the details I come back later. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you so much, honorable members, and you've heard from the minister her commitment that she's going to come back with action plans that are what members have requested, and we want actions taken on what has been raised. And we will expect a report from you to that effect. And as already been said, let's not do the lamentation. Let's do the real work. Let's create awareness. Let's make sure we do good parenting. Let's ensure that the laws that are in place are popularized. Let's ensure that we be the example of the rest. And on that note, therefore, I want to thank the team that was up and they've left. I want to thank them for being here and thank all the members. Tomorrow we'll look at the action taken reports I hope you've read. As it is in the book where you find that some issues were not captured, please get the issues and we will seek for answers or responses on the floor. Tomorrow we have one item on the order paper. Actually, we shall pay tribute and then have the action taken plan. I mean action taken by government, and the whole week we shall have 1 hour of actions taken. Every day we shall have that item on the order paper. I now adjourn the House to tomorrow.
the 15th plenary meeting of the 11th Emergency Special Session of the General Assembly is called to order. Members will recall that in paragraph 8 of its resolution ES-11/4 of 12 October 2022, the Assembly decided to adjourn the 11th Emergency Special Session of the General Assembly temporarily and to authorize the President of the General Assembly to resume its meetings upon request from member states. In this regard, I should like to draw the attention of delegations to document A/ES-11/10, which contains a letter dated 7 November 2022 from the permanent representatives of Canada, Guatemala, the Netherlands, and Ukraine to the United Nations, to the President of the General Assembly, requesting the resumption of the 11th Emergency Special Session of the General Assembly. I intend to conduct the proceedings of this meeting in accordance with the rules of procedure of the General Assembly and the past practices of its emergency special sessions. The General Assembly will now resume its consideration of Agenda Item 5, entitled Letter dated 28 February 2014 from the Permanent Representative of Ukraine to the United Nations, addressed to the President of the Security Council, S/2014/136. In connection with this item, the Assembly has before it a draft resolution issued as document A/ES-11/L.6. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ukraine to introduce draft resolution A/ES-11/6/L.6.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. What has been will be again. What has been done will be done again. There is nothing new under the sun, is written in one of ancient scripts. It is true, isn't it, that we have seen all these before. A country choosing to invade another, bringing death and destruction, impacting millions of people, undermining the very core of international security. The world fighting back and holding the perpetrators accountable. We have indeed seen this before. Let me quote one official. Large territory of our country was occupied by the enemy that destroyed entire cities and villages, turned into ruins enterprises, power plants, railways. That is why we believe it to be a moral right of countries that were subjected to occupation to receive compensation. End of quote. This quote does not belong to a Ukrainian official. Neither is it recent. This statement belongs to Comrade Vyacheslav Molotov, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Soviet Union. It is striking how closely this statement describes that Ukraine is facing today. Large territory of a sovereign state under enemy occupation, entire cities and villages destroyed, enterprises turned into ruins, power plants destroyed. Of course, no material loss compares to the death and suffering of the people in Ukraine. 77 years ago, the Soviet Union demanded and received reparations, calling it a moral right of a country that has suffered war and occupation. Today, Russia, who claims to be the successor of the 20th century's tyranny, is doing everything it can to avoid paying the price for its own war and occupation, trying to escape accountability for the crimes it is committing. Russia will, however, fail, just like it is failing on the battlefield. We have indeed seen all this before. There is nothing new under the sun. 32 years ago, Russians once again clearly stated their position on reparations when one state invaded and occupied another. Responding to the consequences of the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait, the UN Security Council adopted a series of resolutions, including Resolution 687, establishing a commission and a fund mandated to deal with any damage, loss, or injury arising out of Iraq's unlawful invasion and occupation of Kuwait. Following his vote in favor of the resolution, Soviet Ambassador Vorontsov stated, and I quote, "The requirements of the resolution adopted are aimed not only at restoring justice, but at issuing a serious warning to all those who might be inclined to embark on the path of aggression, occupation, and annexation, exactly what Russia does today." The Soviet ambassador also added, "The adoption of this resolution provides the necessary conditions to restore normal economic relations in the region. The speedy elimination of the consequences of the ecological crisis and compensation for the damage which has been caused to Kuwait and its people." Thus, with 14 votes and 1 measly abstention, the United Nations Compensation Commission was born. A true success story. UNCC completed its mandate in February this year, having paid out over $52 billion in reparations to the victims of that war. Russia has tried its best to destroy Ukraine in a very literal sense. From day one of the full-scale invasion, Russia has been throwing bombs, missiles, shells of every kind at Ukrainian cities and villages, targeting everything from plants and factories to residential buildings, schools, hospitals, and kindergartens. We've all seen images from Bucha, Irpin, Borodyanka, Mariupol, and Izum. Russia has been destroying Ukrainian roads, bridges, and railways. Russia has demolished almost half of Ukraine's power grid and utilities in the past months alone, leaving millions of Ukrainians without power, running water, and heating on the eve of winter. Accounts of atrocities committed by Russians in the occupied territories, murder, rape, torture, forced deportation, looting, they all speak for themselves. Millions of Ukrainians have been forced to leave their homes and seek shelter elsewhere. Ukraine will have the daunting task of rebuilding the country and recovering from this war. But that recovery will never be complete without a sense of justice for the victims of the Russian war. It is time to hold Russia accountable. We have seen all this in this very chamber. What has been done, we ask to be done again. We've seen the UN General Assembly pass by consensus a resolution adopting the basic principles and guidelines on the right to a remedy and reparation for victims of gross violations of international human rights law and serious violations of international humanitarian law. Let me quote, "Adequate, effective, and prompt reparation is intended to promote justice by redressing gross violations of international human rights law or serious violations of international humanitarian law Article 15. We have seen the UN General Assembly adopt by consensus a resolution commending draft articles on responsibility of states for internationally wrongful acts that stipulates that the responsible state is under an obligation to make full reparation for the injury caused by the internationally wrongful act, Article 31. We have indeed seen it all. We're not asking for something we've not seen before. We are meeting here today in the setting of the 11th emergency session of the UN General Assembly within the Uniting for Peace framework designed for instances just like this, when a country like Russia abuses its veto power, a veto power that came with the seat it's illegally occupying of the Soviet Union in the Security Council. Russia prefers impunity to accountability, and when it comes to the process at the Security Council, it only knows two things: lies and veto. And yet we will hear from Russia very soon that the General Assembly is not competent to address a matter like this. It will be yet another lie, yet another attempt to diminish and subvert this body of the United Nations, yet another attempt to tell you that you do not matter, and that yet again will be nothing new. I have recently recalled the words of King Hussein of Jordan, pronounced from this very rostrum in 1960. Let me quote from him again. "It is needless to affirm that the United Nations presents the only hope of peace and freedom to humanity. This is of major significance to all the small nations of the world, yet almost from birth, the Soviet Union has sought to destroy the United Nations, to hamper its deliberations, to block its decisions, and by rowdy tactics and petulant walkouts to demean the reputation of the Security Council and the reputation of the General Assembly." End of quote. This is exactly what Russia is doing now. Having blocked the Security Council, the Soviet successors are trying to quiet the General Assembly. The UN should no longer tolerate this. Right now, there is yet another opportunity to send a clear signal to Russia and anyone else who ever considers using force to withdraw internationally recognized borders. Russians and their cohorts will try to make you believe that by this vote we are dividing the world into blocks and bringing it back to the times of the Cold War. They will claim that we ask the member states to take sides in the conflict. We in no way ask you to pick sides today. We are confident that you are all on the side of the UN Charter, its purposes and principles, and on the side of international law. Instead, it is the Russian Federation itself, which since its very appearance in the UN 31 years ago, has been perpetually committing acts of aggression against sovereign states. It is the Russian Federation which is threatening the mechanism of international security and undermining the fragile stability achieved after World War II. In fact, it is Russia that is to be blamed for dividing the world. The proposal in front of you today is a proclamation that Russia must be held accountable for its violations of international law in Ukraine. It is reaffirmation of the need of a concrete mechanism for reparations that will breathe life into this proclamation. It is a call for the member states to come together and build legitimate international infrastructure to deal with the consequences of Russian aggression against Ukraine, record evidence of atrocities, and preserve a hope for justice for millions of those whose lives have been changed forever by imperial neo-colonial ambitions of a small ruler of a large country. This proposal is not about Russia alone. It will work for the benefit of all those who are being threatened now or might be threatened later by use of force. Our response should be appropriate and should avert any aggressor from the temptation of starting a war. This is the issue we are resolving today. Mr. President, this proposal is built on the principles of multilateralism, as we call on all states that share the values of the UN Charter to participate in further steps to establish the mechanism. Ukraine is committed to a transparent, impartial, and objective process that will be managed and overseen by the international community in order to avoid even the slightest perception of bias. We have every intention of continuing to cooperate with the United Nations and its bodies in this process. We greatly value and appreciate the invaluable work of the Secretary General and the Commission of Inquiry adopted by the Human Rights Council. We hope for cooperation with UNESCO and UNEP to help assess the damage to the historical and cultural heritage of Ukraine and its environment. A vote against this proposal will be a vote in favor of impunity and lawlessness. A yes vote will mean that there is a faith in international law, that the global architecture so painstakingly built after the Second World War will remain, and the United Nations can stand to watch over international peace and security. It is a signal of hope for justice and an important first step towards accountability, a step towards such wars never happening again. Ukraine is seeking peace. The preconditions for any negotiations outlined by President Zelensky are clear: restoration of Ukraine's territorial integrity, compensation for damage caused by the war, prosecution of war criminals. This resolution will bring us closer to this goal, and we must take this leap forward without delay. This session is an opportunity to reflect on this and decide in which world we want to live. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ukraine. I give the floor to His Excellency Mario Adolfo Bucaro Flores, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Guatemala.
Mr. President, thank you for convening this meeting and resuming this 11th special emergency session of the General Assembly of the United Nations as a follow-up to the impact of the aggression by the Russian Federation against Ukraine. Once again, we meet in order to discuss one of the most important crises at the global level, whose impact is unprecedented. Guatemala was happy to join as co-facilitator and co-sponsor, together with the delegations of Ukraine, Canada, and the Kingdom of the Netherlands, to present to this General Assembly the draft resolution entitled Furtherance of Remedy and Reparation for Aggression against Ukraine, contained in document A/ES/11L6. We have supported and presented this draft resolution based on our own convictions as a country that is profoundly peaceful, but also a country that recognizes that through dialogue, negotiations, reparations, and peaceful means that provided under international law, differences between states can be resolved. We're a country that in our history experienced a long armed conflict, and therefore we acknowledge the importance of peace and respect for human rights. We have presented this draft resolution for the consideration of this honorable General Assembly in the firm belief that this initiative is a step towards reconciliation among the parties. Considering that the resolution includes civilian claims, it's an important step towards peace and post-conflict recovery. And the recommendation of the establishment of a mechanism for the registration of damage and possible reparations, this is a very essential step. As a country that strongly believes in multilateralism, we're convinced that this Honorable General Assembly has the mandate and authority to approve this resolution as set out in Chapter 4 of the United Nations Charter that we have all endorsed. The language of the draft resolution is very carefully drafted so as not to exceed the authority of the General Assembly. This language is based on prior decisions of the General Assembly in the sense that the Russian Federation has committed an act of aggression against Ukraine in violation of Article 2 of the United Nations Charter. With this in mind, we respectfully request all member states to support this initiative because it is the right thing to do, and to vote in favor of this draft resolution for peace around the world. Mr. President, standing here in front of this tribune roster, co-sponsoring this draft resolution, I can't fail to mention the importance of an early reform of the Security Council adapted to modern times. Today, we're considering this draft resolution because the General Assembly cannot remain paralyzed or inactive in the face of the Security Council on this topic and other topics that affect international peace and security, and consequently recognize that humankind requires unity from all of us today. Thank you very much.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Guatemala. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation.
Mr. President, the prominent representative of Ukraine who spoke earlier from this tribune quoted many, but he didn't say the main thing about the resolution. So please allow me to rectify this and cover up this gaffe. The draft resolution, which is submitted to the special session, is a classic example of a rules-based order wherein a narrow group of states is acting not on the basis of international law, but rather is trying to consecrate something that is illegal and is using for that purpose the authority of the General Assembly and is positioning the General Assembly as a judicial body, which by definition it is not. And the flawed nature of this initiative is obvious. Legally speaking, the provisions of the draft cannot withstand any criticism. They are legally null and void. They are an attempt to legalize something that, from the view of existing international law, cannot be legalized. At the same time, the co-sponsors of the draft cannot but understand that passing this resolution will lead to consequences which will, like a boomerang, come back to them. These countries boast about how committed they are to the rule of law, but at the same time, they're flouting its very semblance. The draft resolution provides for the creation of a so-called international mechanism for reparation for damage. And then thereafter, it's a technical matter, because this mechanism will be created by a group of countries which themselves will decide how the mechanism is to function. In other words, the General Assembly is suggested that the General Assembly gives a carte blanche to create a body whose features and functioning is something that most of the people present here have no idea about. And these countries will, on their own, determine, or to be more specific, appoint the guilty parties and the amount of damage, the way it's to be compensated, etc. The UN will play no role in this process, because the proposed mechanism is suggested to be created outside of the UN, and no one has any plans to account to the General Assembly for its activity. Let me underscore here that most of member states will have no right of vote or any control at the time of establishing the mechanisms or when it's functioning. we have no doubt where the funding for the so-called damage compensation will come from. The West is doing everything it can to provide a veneer of legitimacy for its work so as to start spending the frozen or actual fact stolen Russian Federation assets amounting to billions of dollars. They have for a long time wanted to unfreeze the assets, but not so as to return them to its rightful owner, and not so as to spend them on helping Ukraine, but rather so as to fund their own constantly growing weapon supplies to Kiev and covering the debts for the weapons already supplied. Thereby, the West is trying to draw out and worsen the conflict and plans to use the Russian money for it. And the decision of the General Assembly is needed for that, as a screen to hide this open robbery. Such a development can only increase tension and instability in the entire world, whereas beneficiaries will end up being the Western military corporations. They have already made billions of dollars on weapon supplies to Ukraine. Let me underscore here, neither the General Assembly nor any other mechanism can annul sovereign immunity, which state assets have under international law. The countries which support a General Assembly decision on it will become implicated in illegal expropriation of sovereign assets of a third country, and implicated in yet another instance where the GA is exceeding its authorities in the interests of the West. Do the countries of the developing world want to have anything to do with that initiative? We think that most of them think this is ludicrous or even insulting that the Western countries decided to demand reparations rather than pay them out, because the scenarios with the theft and spending of sovereign assets is being put forward by the very states which have a very rich record in looting the rest of the world. And I refer to the centuries of slavery, oppression, colonialism, and neocolonialism, military aggressions and interventions, blockades, unilateral sanctions, and shameless siphoning of natural resources from occupied and oppressed countries. But the proponents of the initiative are trying to make sure everyone forgets that, and they're just pushing the Ukrainian topic forward. The countries of the West never considered reparations as a way of atoning for their own sins. More than that, for 2 decades, they blocked any discussion in the 6th Committee of the General Assembly or the development of any kind of international instrument on the accountability of states for internationally illegal acts. They've remembered that concept just now when reparations all of a sudden became to their liking as a useful instrument to loot yet another state. If this resolution passes, this will have systemic consequences for the UN, and we call upon member states to realize that and to vote against the draft. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the European Union.
Mr. President, colleagues, good morning. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union and its member states. The candidate countries Montenegro, Albania, Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova, as well as Georgia, Liechtenstein, Monaco, and San Marino align themselves with this statement. Mr. President, the General Assembly is called today to take action on the draft resolution entitled Furtherance of Remedy and Reparation for Aggression against Ukraine. While the title of the resolution explains its purpose and what it intends to achieve, maybe some more background may be useful. I will explain why we believe the resolution is necessary, what it does and what it does not, in order to dispel any misconstructions, including some that we've just heard from this podium. First, why do we support this resolution? The answer is straightforward. Aggression has occurred. On 2nd of March this year, this General Assembly, with an overwhelming majority, confirmed that the Russian Federation committed an aggression against Ukraine in violation of Article 2.4 of the Charter, an internationally wrongful act that hits at the core of the UN system. People around the world are watching as innocent civilians are killed as a result of deliberate targeting, as infrastructure, hospitals, schools, homes are destroyed every day. Destruction is overwhelming. Damage inflicted on Ukraine is huge, and it's only growing bigger with every day that this war rages on. Under international law, the responsible state is under an obligation to make full reparation for the injury caused by its internationally wrongful act. In order to prepare an orderly process, such damage need to be properly registered in the first place. Accountability means that costs move from the victims to the aggressor. There is no question of whether Russia should pay. It's rather a question of when and the amount. Second, what does this resolution do? The resolution merely recommends the creation by member states and Ukraine of a register of damage. That register will serve as a repository of evidence of all types of damage. There are precedents for this, as we all know. The resolution also recognizes the need for the establishment, in cooperation with Ukraine, of an international claims mechanism for reparation for damage as a second step. Rather than charging the domestic legal system of Ukraine and other states with a potentially very high number of individual litigations, a centralized and specialized system would be more appropriate. In our view, an international claims mechanism would provide for legal certainty and procedural fairness. Russia must be held to account for its wrongful acts and wanton destruction. This is key if we are to uphold a rules-based international order. This is not about the West against the rest. This is about global respect for international norms. Third, what does the resolution not do? The resolution does not establish the register of damage, nor does it create the reparation mechanism. These instruments will be created at a later stage by member states in cooperation with Ukraine. There are no costs for the UN system stemming from this resolution, and no costs for anyone else apart from Russia itself, who must bear responsibility for its wrongful acts. Mr. President, we must stay the course in order to shape history. Russia's denial of taking responsibility for destruction and damage adds insult to injury. Let me conclude by saying that every country, regardless of its size, might, or location on the globe, enjoys the right to document crimes committed against its population, territory, environment, or cultural property in order to secure their proper investigation. Each state can also work together with other states or the international community to set up an efficient international mechanism to deal with the reparation claims arising of such crimes. Accordingly, the resolution essentially supports the path to justice. Today it is Ukraine, tomorrow it could be someone else. We therefore call on everyone to vote in favor of this resolution. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the European Union. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Eritrea on behalf of the group of like-minded countries.
Good morning. Mr. President, I have the honor to take the floor on behalf of the delegations of Angola, Belarus, Bolivia, Cambodia, China, Cuba, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Iran, the Laos People's Republic, Nicaragua, the State of Palestine, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Syria, Venezuela, Zimbabwe, and other like-minded countries. Mr. President, allow us to stress from the very beginning that this General Assembly is not a judicial body, and that its resolutions shall be initiated as stipulated in Article 13 of the Charter of the United Nations for the purpose of promoting international cooperation in the political field and encouraging the progressive development and international law and its codification, and of promoting international cooperation in the economic, social, cultural, educational, and health fields, and assisting in the realization of human rights and fundamental freedoms for all without distinction as to race, sex, language, or religion. The resolution adopted by this Assembly, therefore, represent the political will of states and can in no way serve as the legal basis for defining internationally wrongful acts, mindful of the fact that such an action would go beyond its mandate and responsibilities. Mr. President, the draft resolution before us and contained in document A/ES/11L6 on one hand has neither sufficient legal basis nor is it in line with the established practice of the General Assembly, while on the other hand, it would only promote a divisive agenda within this body. In addition, should it be adopted, this draft resolution would set a dangerous precedent that would allow for the blessing of this General Assembly for the establishment of a remedy and reparation mechanism that is neither managed by nor accountable to the very same organ that would be creating it. In this context, we should not forget that colonial powers cause enormous damage and suffering to the peoples of present-day developing states. We also recall detrimental external interference in the internal affairs of sovereign states, including foreign interventions and invasions in Asia, Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean. Those states suffering from foreign interference, colonialism, slavery, oppression, unilateral coercive measures, illegal blockades, and other international wrongful acts also deserve the right for remedy, reparation, and justice, which should be addressed through sound legal processes. Mr. President, sovereign states shall not be forced in any way to take specific sides with regards to the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. Their respective national positions, including those that may decide to remain impartial, should be respected. And we seize this opportunity to stress once again that the conflict around Ukraine must be resolved through diplomatic means and efforts. This General Assembly shall play a positive role towards that end and should spare no effort in favor of its peaceful resolution, while avoiding any initiative that may risk to further aggravate the situation on the ground and to further escalate tensions around the conflict. In this context, we cannot overemphasize that any attempt to entrench a Cold War-era mentality and bloc politics based on confrontation, the deepening divisions, and the imposition of disparate visions and agendas should be rejected by all responsible members of the international community, as it contributes in no way to addressing, through peaceful means and cooperation, the complex, emerging, and common challenges faced nowadays by humanity. To conclude, we would like to stress that all efforts should be made to facilitate and promote friendly relations, dialogue, and cooperation among states in line with the principles, purposes, and values enshrined in both the Charter of the United Nations and the Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states, in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations approved by this General Assembly in its Resolution 2625 of October 24th, 1970. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Eritrea. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Latvia on behalf of the Nordic and Baltic countries.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, I have the honor to speak on behalf of 8 Nordic Baltic countries: Denmark, Estonia, Finland, Iceland, Lithuania, Norway, Sweden, and my own country, Latvia. Mr. President, February 24th this year, Russia launched its brutal full-scale invasion of Ukraine, in blatant violation of international law and the UN Charter. By this war of aggression, aided by Belarus, Russia has deliberately violated the fundamental right of all states to independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. Moreover, this aggression has caused immense suffering to the people of Ukraine. It has triggered the largest humanitarian catastrophe in Europe since World War II. More than 17 million people have been displaced. Ukraine has lost more than 40% of its GDP. Today, more than 3 million Ukrainians must get by without water, electricity, sanitation, and heating. Russia's armed forces have deliberately attacked critical civilian infrastructure, including energy grids, power interconnectors, and water stations. Just like other countries, Nordic Baltic countries have been delivering considerable financial, humanitarian, and military assistance to the people of Ukraine. We strongly believe that all member states must seek ways how to support Ukraine. This resolution on furtherance of remedy and reparation for aggression against Ukraine is giving us the possibility to further extend our support to Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. With this resolution, General Assembly recognizes the need to establish an international mechanism to compensate Ukraine for the damages caused by Russia's aggression. This resolution recommends the creation of a registry of damages to serve as a record of evidence and claims on damage, loss, and injury caused by the aggression of Russia. We believe it is important to collect and preserve evidence of Russia's brutal aggression against Ukraine, because Russia must be held accountable for its internationally wrongful acts against Ukraine and the Ukrainians. Just a few hours ago, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky told journalists that investigators have uncovered more than 400 war crimes in areas of Kherson abandoned by Russian forces as they retreated. There must be no impunity to these crimes or damages caused, and perpetrators must be held to account. In order to achieve this goal, evidence must be properly stored, otherwise it could be potentially lost or damaged. Thus, we support all evidence should be collected and stored in accordance with relevant international norms and standards. Mr. President, the Nordic Baltic countries reiterate our firm support to Ukraine. We are convinced that the respect of international law and the UN Charter and the international rules-based order are fundamental for our common security and multilateral cooperation. We urge Russia to abide by international law and uphold its international commitments. We call for the Secretary General and the UN to continue efforts to restore the respect for the territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence of Ukraine. The UN member states must support all mechanisms to restore justice to the victims of Russia's aggression. We therefore call on all UN member states to vote in favor of this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Latvia on behalf of the Nordic and Baltic countries. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Poland.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. The Russian aggression against Ukraine requires an ambiguous and comprehensive response from the international community as a whole and from each of its individual members. The UN General Assembly resolution on the furtherance of the remedy and reparation for aggression against Ukraine gives us a possibility to respond to the numerous horrific and devastating effects of the ongoing war. Mr. President, for almost 9 months, Russia has been attacking Ukraine's civilian population and non-military infrastructure, including those protected by binding international humanitarian law provisions. The scale of material damages perpetrated by Russia and Ukraine is horrendous and not seen in Europe since the Second World War. It is obvious that Russia has flagrantly and manifestly violated a multitude of international obligations. First and foremost, its obligation to respect the prohibition of aggression. Its disrespect for international law is highlighted by non-compliance with the binding decision of the International Court of Justice of 16 March 2022 on provisional measures. Hence, the accountability for the violation of the international law committed in Ukraine by the Russian Federation must remain our priority as the war continues to rage. Russia must bear the consequences of its all violations, including making reparation for the injury and damage caused by such a glaring and large-scale violation of its international obligations. Distinguished delegates, it is fundamental principle of international law that the breach of an obligation involves a duty to redress, in an adequate form, all wrongs, material and non-material, inflicted upon the state and its citizens. Reparation, therefore, is an indispensable complement of a failure to apply international legal rules. Today's resolution recapitulates what is obvious. Russia is under obligation to make full reparation. Poland strongly supports the creation of the International Register of Damages caused by the Russian Federation's aggression against Ukraine. We strongly believe that all damages need to be always appropriately compensated, no matter when and no matter where they were inflicted. This is a universal guiding principle. It's not enough if the perpetrators only admit their wrongdoings. It's not enough if they express remorse, and in this case, we are even far away from that. Moral gestures are welcomed, but never enough. It is material compensation which is needed to rebuild damages caused by wars. We need to create the registry because it is fundamental for the future of Ukraine. Poland knows only too well from its own history what it means if such actions are forsaken. Mr. President, the proposed register, the operation and modalities of which will be decided among interested states, will not only assist Ukraine in rebuilding itself after the devastating war, but more importantly, it will bring justice to the victims of the Russian barbaric acts, such as a mass killing of men, women, and children, torture, sexual violence, or forced deportation. It should also not be forgotten, as Poland stressed in the Security Council in May, that apart from the human casualties, the Russian aggression keeps causing destruction to the cultural sites in Ukraine. Religious sites, historic buildings, monuments, Holocaust memorials, and other artifacts are being damaged and looted on a daily basis. Addressing the General Assembly in September this year, President of Poland, Andrzej Duda, stressed Poland's commitment to all accountability efforts by stating, and I quote, "I would like from this place to pledge our support to all existing and new initiatives so that those who deprive millions of people of their right to food and destroy the environment will no longer go unpunished. In the face of Russia's unlawful actions, we should all learn a lesson for the future." Mr. President, as the international community was unable to prevent the ongoing Russian aggression, it is our duty to advocate towards ensuring accountability for atrocities committed against Ukraine. It is thus imperative to support today's resolution, as it will constitute the first step towards reparation for injury and damage caused by the Russian aggression and lead us towards achieving peace and post-conflict recovery. And I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Poland, and I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Sri Lanka.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, I thank you for the honor of granting me the floor to express a few views with regard to the caution we should exercise in acting on a resolution which I say borders on the fringes of misadventure if we were to act upon it in the way we are called to do so. Mr. President, Sri Lanka remains deeply concerned regarding the deteriorating situation in Ukraine, resulting from the ongoing hostilities. As a country that suffered from a 30-year-old internal conflict, Sri Lanka affirms the truism that wars no longer end with winners or losers. Wars, as someone said, distinguished delegates, are easier to start than to stop. Look around us. How are wars won in contemporary times? Look around us. Haven't they ended indecisively? They have. Every one of them have ended indecisively. It has today become much more difficult to relate military success to political stability, which is an indispensable ingredient for peace. Mr. President, since the eruption of hostilities in Ukraine in February this year, we have seen hostile rhetoric, strategic maneuvering, and repeated closure of doors to any possible settlement of the conflict, thus relegating the humanitarian crisis and resulting suffering to the back burner. We are suicidal in our tendencies, quite frankly. We like to play with fire to our detriment. The consequences are evident to the whole world, which was already beset by the devastating effect of a pandemic and is now facing a severe energy and food crisis that has devastated economies and livelihoods around the world. Those in the developing world, like Sri Lanka, with vulnerable economies, dependent on services, mechanisms such as tourism, have been especially hard hit. All this is happening amidst multiple other challenges referred to by the Secretary General himself as a 5-alarm global fire, as he describes it. Mr. President, the vast majority of countries represented in this assembly have not invaded other countries or colonized them, nor have they engaged in proxy wars in countries far away from their own. However, we in Sri Lanka have been forced to suffer the consequences of an Easter bombing, an unknown pandemic followed by a war in the Ukraine, the cumulative effects of which have dealt our economies and countries similar to us a body blow, causing our economies to hemorrhage. That is the plight that we are in. Mr. President, Sri Lanka is of the view that the most urgent step, therefore, is to continue to engage in talks for a ceasefire, to end the conflict and alleviate the humanitarian suffering. That is of paramount importance. The attempt to provide justification through a General Assembly resolution for seizure of sovereign assets of one party at this juncture, in our respectful view, is misconceived and misplaced and would amount to an overreach of the application of the provisions of the Charter and an engagement in what I would describe as being jurisprudential gymnastics, choreographed intrinsically by a misplaced composition of misunderstood sequences, a misadventure that can go terribly wrong, my dear friends. A simple reading of the Charter provisions makes it abundantly clear that such a mechanism was never, ever contemplated by the draftsmen of the Charter. It can also result in setting a precedent, as observed by by the ambassador for Eritrea. The General Assembly setting a precedent wherein the General Assembly does not have the competency to pronounce upon. What we ask are the parameters of such a mechanism. What are the outer parameters of the mechanism? Will it also apply to conflicts in other parts of the world, which have been lingering for much longer? Ask yourselves that question. Have these conflicts ended? Have we exhausted our best efforts to bring the conflict to an end by a pacific settlement of the disputes as envisaged by the provisions of the Charter? Distinguished delegates, think about it. Moreover, the General Assembly by its very nature is a political body for deliberation and entrusted to make political recommendations to its membership through consensus or otherwise. Distinguished delegates, the General Assembly cannot determine state responsibility or usurp the sovereign immunity of state property under international law. It cannot arrogate to itself the role of an adjudicatory tribunal. This move, therefore, creates a dangerous precedent which leaves room for any group of countries based on existing power dynamics to lay the groundwork to seize sovereign assets without any basis in international law, further aggravating the already existing mistrust and suspicion. Distinguished delegates, Mr. President, reparations by their very nature include 5 key components: cessation, assurances of non-repetition, restitution and repatriation, compensation, satisfaction, and rehabilitation. Why do countries, ask yourself the question, why do countries pay reparations? War reparations, distinguished delegates, are compensation payments made after a war by one side to the other. It is a levy on a defeated country, forcing it to pay some of the war costs of the winning country. That's what it is for. Is it the case that this war has conclusively ended? Is that the case? Isn't that far from the case? We sincerely wish it was, even indecisively. Mr. President, we are therefore of the considered view that this initiative will not only exacerbate the conflict, but might well result in compelling the parties to resort to a more lethal and sophisticated method of prosecuting the conflict that none of us would wish to see. We must take every care that we do not reach that point, the point of no return. Distinguished delegates, we must continue our efforts of diplomatic engagement at the highest level and desist from any activity or support to either party of whatever nature that would enable them to sustain military operations further. Distinguished delegates, however, sadly, there seems to be no forward movement in this regard, and steps being contemplated, such as this one, will only widen the existing fissures that would entail in a multiply effect globally, which will have to be borne by all of us, including by those member states who are not even remotely connected, I say, to this conflict, and by generations to come. Mr. President, the greatest glory, someone said, in living lies not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. And it is time we got together and may put an end to this conflict by using our diplomatic means. For these reasons, Sri Lanka respectfully requests that this August Assembly does not exacerbate the conflict and engage in any activity which are not in conformity with the Charter of the United Nations. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Sri Lanka. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Saudi Arabia on behalf of the Gulf Cooperation Council.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to deliver this statement on behalf of the member states of the Cooperation Council for the Arab States of the Gulf, United Arab Emirates, Kingdom of Bahrain, Sultanate of Oman, State of Qatar, State of Kuwait, and my country, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The Gulf Cooperation Council GCC countries follow with great concern the current state of affairs in the Republic of Ukraine and the ongoing crisis. We're also following with great concern the humanitarian, economic and political consequences. GCC countries stress that their positions are in line with their fundamental principles of the respect of the international law and Charter of the United Nations, which govern the relations between countries. This must be based on the respect of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of countries. GCC countries reaffirm the friendly relations they have with all the parties of this conflict. Mr. President, GCC countries urge all parties to respect their obligations as per the international law. They firmly believe that the best course to avoid the adverse consequences is to reach a settlement for this conflict by diplomatic means in order to serve the interests of all parties. Therefore, GCC countries urge all other parties to exercise restraint and avoid any further escalation, as well as resort to peaceful means to resolve this conflict. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the resolution before us today in the document A/ES 11/L6 is a resolution that is based on the main principles and guidelines of redress and reparations adopted by the General Assembly of the United Nations in its resolution number 147/60 of 2005. GCC countries believe that any mechanism that is developed must be based on procedures and standards that are internationally accepted and are under the auspices of the United Nations. This is to provide redress and reparation in a fair manner that ensures achieving the objectives sought. To conclude, Mr. President, GCC countries express their hope that we will continue to work to find a satisfactory solution. GCC countries will continue to support all humanitarian and political initiatives to achieve this purpose. The purpose is to bring peace to the region and spare the world from the adverse consequences of this crisis on the humanitarian, political, and economic levels. And thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Saudi Arabia on behalf of the Gulf Cooperation Council. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, President. Russia's unprovoked and illegal invasion of Ukraine, including its attacks on civilians, schools, hospitals, and power supplies, has caused and continues to cause immense damage and loss to Ukraine and its people. In contrast, the scenes of relief and joy we have seen as Ukrainian civilians in Kherson greet the liberating armed forces of Ukraine should leave us in no doubt at the cruel and destructive nature of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It will take a broad international effort to support Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction in order to build a safe and prosperous future for the Ukrainian people. But only one country, Russia, is responsible for the damage to Ukraine, and it is absolutely right, as this resolution sets out, that Russia pay for that damage. Russia must be held to account for actions which are in clear violation of international law, including the UN Charter. The United Kingdom supports Ukraine's ambition to establish a register of damage to ensure that the evidence of the destruction caused by Russia is documented and preserved. This is an important first step in Ukrainian efforts to seek justice in accordance with international law. It is right that we begin that process now. Putin must end his war of choice, end the lies and distortion, end the global devastation in its wake, and withdraw his troops from Ukraine. We remain steadfast in our support for Ukraine and for justice and compensation for the damage that Russia has caused. Thank you, President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Japan.
Mr. President, more than 8 months after Russia's aggression against Ukraine, the situation is still extremely dire. We again condemn Russia's aggression. Russia has inflicted tremendous damage on Ukraine, including the killing of innocent civilians and the destruction of civil infrastructure and facilities, such as schools, museums, and commercial establishments. Japan has already resumed embassy operations in Kyiv, and we are mindful of such damage on the ground. We recall that indiscriminate attacks on innocent civilian populations constitute a war criminal, and responsibility for these actions must be held. Mr. President, unilateral attempts to change the status quo by force must not occur in any corner of the globe. This resolution should contribute to the reparations for the serious violations of the principles of the United Nations Charter. Russia must immediately stop its war of aggression, withdraw all of its troops and military equipment from Ukraine, and respect Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Japan. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Malaysia. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of New Zealand.
Mr. President, Aotearoa New Zealand welcomes the opportunity to speak on this important matter. Aotearoa New Zealand continues to be gravely concerned by the loss of life, displacement, destruction, and economic calamity caused by the Russian Federation's blatant aggression against Ukraine over the last 9 months. Consistent with the UN Charter, and as members of the General Assembly, it is our responsibility to do all we can to avoid the deadly consequences of war. We see accountability and reparation processes as an important element in avoiding and forestalling further perpetuation of grave atrocities. Aotearoa New Zealand is strongly committed to supporting international mechanisms that seek accountability for Russia's clear breaches of international law. We continue these efforts through New Zealand's intervention in Ukraine's case against Russia in the International Court of Justice, as well as through the making of significant financial contributions to the International Criminal Court. In addition to mechanisms that seek accountability, we believe that future reparation processes can play a critical role in the rebuilding of communities. Those that are responsible for causing damage and injury by breaching international law must make full reparations for rebuilding and compensating Ukraine. Aotearoa New Zealand strongly supports Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity and unequivocally condemns Russia's aggression. The principles at stake in Ukraine are deeply significant to New Zealand as a small state acting in the world. We continue to call on Russia to commit to dialogue, to act in the interests of peace and principles of the United Nations, and to act consistently with its responsibilities as a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. We stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of New Zealand. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Vietnam.
Mr. President, Vietnam continues to closely follow the situation in Ukraine. We are extremely concerned over the recent developments with a few prospects for an early resolution. Our position has been clear and consistent.